Questions were asked and answered. No reportable action was taken. With respect to closed session agenda item number 4, after a privileged and confidential briefing by the city attorney, the city has unanimously authorized the commencement of 2 code enforcement actions to abate 2 public nuisances, with the mayor not participating in that closed session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. City Mayor, or City Attorney, excuse me. Next, we have the mayor's announcements. Tonight, Dave is actually out of country, the Mr. Mayor here. So I get to do the presentation of a plaque to a very special individual tonight, Miss Lisa Shulman-Janiger. And tonight we're going to be recognizing her for her accomplishments. So Alicia, on behalf of the RPV City Council, it is my honor and privilege to present you with a plaque in honor of 40 years as director and coordinator of the American Cetacean Society of Los Angeles Gray Whale Census and Behavior Project. Your beloved orcas, who you studied for decades, would appreciate a mouthful name like that. You've been serving for 40 years, 6 months a year from December through May, and every morning you're out there looking at the orcas and observing. That's a lot of days. That's over 7,000 days from dusk till dawn. So I understand it's cold and a lot of hot cocoa. With the level of dedication, devotion, you and hundreds of volunteers you trained inspires, it's super impressive to us, and that dedication, as is the wealth of data and research you've generated over the past 4 decades, which is inspirational. That would be more than a lifetime of work for most people, but that's just the tip of the blue whale's dorsal fin. That's a joke. That's a joke that was built in. I hope that reference makes sense. Now, just to lay out for individuals who don't know Alicia, you're a research associate at the LA Natural History Museum, co-author of the 1997 Orca Photo ID Catalog, a member of NOOA's Stranding Response Team, head marine biologist on LAUSD's Sea Education Afloat program, a Cabrillo Whale Watch program naturalist, and a teacher at San Pedro High Marine Science Magnet School for over 20 years. You had role models who set you on this path, and as a 12-year-old, you read library books by John Lilly on bottlenose dolphins. Your high school teacher, Robert Miles, the pioneering marine biologist, Dr. Sylvia Earle, and killer whale pioneers, Dr. Mike Biggs and Dennis Kelly, all helped you guide you on your oceanic journey. And your dad, who instilled a lifelong love of the ocean, marine creatures, and photography, and who was by your side when you were certified scuba at 15 years old. I understand that he passed recently, and I can only imagine how proud of you he must have been. Another role model is the legendary primatologist, Jane Goodall, who you once led on a whale watching tour in 2005, told you to find your passion and follow your dreams. I understand that you saw 17 blue whales, 2 humpback whales, 40 Rizzo dolphins, 50 northern right whale dolphins, 200 Pacific white-sided dolphins, and a northern elephant seal on that tour. 20 years after that magical tour, you're still following your dreams and still finding your passion each and every cold, cold morning. So please enjoy your cocoa, and congrats on 40 years with ACSLA, and all the best for a whale-filled 41st year at PVIC. Thank you very much. Please come up here for your plaque.
Jeff, can we please have a microphone over here?
There we go.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's been quite a ride, and can't believe we're in our 41st season. Point Vicente, we started at Marineland actually in 1979, the little pilot project led by Bill Samaras, which many of you might know there. And they were there for about 3 years, a couple of weeks, a season, and counted quite a few gray whales, and were really surprised there were so many by the coast. And I started the full season census at Marineland of the Pacific on January 1st, 1984. And that was actually our biggest year. We saw 3,401 gray whales northbound that year, and there was only a population estimated of about 18,000. And it was really calm. It was a La Nina year. There weren't any storms. There was no fog. I thought this is easy. The whales were almost all within a mile of shore, and that's the only time in 41 years that happened. So it hooked me, and here we are later on, and we've seen anywhere from 225 southbound gray whales, which was last year, which was our lowest, all the way up to that, actually 3,412. And for the southbound migration, we've had really small amount this year. We're hoping a lot more will be coming. We're only half the amount of last year, which was the lowest at 225. So it's challenging. Gray whales have gone through some big challenges. We are not trying to see how many gray whales there are, because you can't do that from here, because most of them go through the Channel Islands. We're looking at trends. And we collaborate with NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, where they do the official count just south of Carmel and Granite Canyon, where they tell me last week they're seeing over 80 a day and 97 last Tuesday. And I hope they all come on the inshore route. Takes them about a week to get here, but we haven't seen them yet. And also collaborate with other researchers. They send me killer whale pictures and I could tell them who they're looking at. And I send out fin whale pictures. And this season, really exciting collaboration with researchers from British Columbia, taking photos here from shore and from boats, are matching up with their very small population of about 115 gray whales that feed off Vancouver Island. We've seen 19 of them this season, matched by photos. So it's super exciting. Continuing the collaboration, these might be the first whales that come south. And not only do we see gray whales, we see over 23 species of other whales. January 1st, we had a sperm whale. And people thought, no, you can't see sperm whales where we are because they're way out at sea. We have nearshore canyons, which many of you know. And we have sperm whales which feed on squid there. And we've seen killer whales, humpback whales, blue whales, fin whales, rhesus dolphin, and all kinds of animals. So what we're doing is looking at trends of gray whales along the shore, also looking at their behavior and interactions with humans, such as we had a whale yesterday that one of our observers, citizen scientists, took pictures of it. Obviously had been badly entangled, super deep cut in the tail, big welts all over the body. So she got pictures from shore, and one of our friends, drone operator, got drone footage of it down the coast, and it was rolling and rolling and rolling, which may be how it got out of that entanglement. So we're able to look at those things. We pass them on to other groups I'm affiliated with, like the entanglement response team, and trying to see how many whales actually have these entanglement markings on them and respond to them. We have seen some entanglements. We've seen 2 killer whale attacks in 40 years. One was on, let's see, May 12th of 2012, right off Point Vicente. We had killer whales, yay! We had gray whale moms, yay! The killer whales met the moms, oh no, and got one of them. And then last year in January, Eastern Tropical Pacific whales from Mexico, killer whales, came up and they got one of our gray whale calves, the first one of the season. So in all these years, we've actually witnessed 2. So we look at the behaviors. We've seen a birth off of Point Vicente. We've seen nursing with milk in the water. We've seen mating. We've seen interactions with dolphin. Many different kinds of species that you wouldn't think we see out here. So we're looking at these trends and other species and comparing them with other researchers. And it's all staffed by citizen scientists, by trained volunteers who come once a week for 3 hours or maybe 5 times a week. But in all these hours, some of them over 800 hours during the season from December 1st to May 25th. We also interact with the public who comes by and helps us spot and track the whales too, and we educate the public. So American Cetacean Society is devoted to education, conservation, and research. And through this project, we do all of these with the power of citizen science. And so we have this great opportunity to interact with the public and with researchers and to translate our findings to the public and publish on that too. So invite all of you to come out us and at Point Vicente and help us spot whales. You can come 6 in the morning, where some of us are there. I really like that early morning, like Melissa's here. And we've got Patty out there. She's a 9 to 12 on Wednesday person. I have to memorize everybody's schedules because I schedule 100 people with their own schedule. Like if you want to come at one time and you come at a different time, I make sure you're at the time you want to be, because that keeps the project going. So we're 41 years and counting. I Can't believe it. We got closed down 1.5 years for COVID, but we're still going strong, still out there educating and do the good hard work that otherwise this wouldn't come to light because you don't have the funds to fund something like this. So hopefully it'll go on forever. And thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Take a picture.
Good man. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we get the next agenda item, please?
Certainly. May I have a motion to approve the recycle and emergency personal preparedness kit drawing winners John Crump and Kathy Lane?
I'll second.
And the winners are the Crump family as well as Miss Kathy Lane. Congratulations.
Councilwoman Ferraro?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our approval of the agenda.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Second.
Thank you.
And-
Councilmember Lewis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo?
Yes.
Mayor Bradley?
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our public comments for non-agenda items, and I do have 2 requests to speak. My first speaker is Merlin David.
Honorable
Hello.
Mayor Pro Tem and the
Good
rest of the
evening.
city council, city managers, all staff. Thank you so much for always being so supportive of everything that we do at the Peninsula Friends of the Library. I really appreciate your time giving us this opportunity. Happy New Year to everyone who I haven't seen. And we are kicking off the year with, we did a program with the Yale Chorus on January 5. So the 17 students from Yale came out and they sang for us, and we just had a full packed house. It was amazing. Upcoming, we've got this Saturday, we're celebrating Lunar New Year. As you know, we do a cultural program every month at the Peninsula Friends of the Library. So come on out to the Peninsula Center Library and check it out. So this Saturday, it'll be Lunar New Year from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. You must register. So go on to pvldfriends.org, pvldfriends.org. And then we've got on February 13, a Thursday from 1 to 3, we're doing something new and different. We're going to be working with the Malaga Bank and doing a thing called Financial Crimes and Educational Workshop. It's going to be on check fraud. As you know, the scams and frauds are on the rise. So we'd love to be able to just educate the public. And so we're doing a thing on February 13th, Thursday, 1 to 3 p.m. Come again, register for that event. Then in a couple of weeks and a month from now, February 21, we're going to be celebrating Black Heritage. So come on out to the Peninsula Center Library and celebrate with us. So if you haven't come out there, please do so. You know I'm energetic about what we're doing. So come on out, okay? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Merlin. Our next speaker?
Our next speaker is via Zoom, Darren Beffa.
Hello there. Can you all hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Great. So my comments are a little bit less happy than some of the previous announcements, and I apologize for that. But I'm a RPD resident, been so for about 12 years now, almost 13. I live on Sunnyside Ridge Road, across the street from a mental health treatment center at 28111 PV Drive East, and it's called Mission Prep. I had to call the Lomita Sheriff's Office 5 times in the span of a week because of items ranging from apples to rocks being thrown at my house. Patient threw rocks at my roof while I had roofers putting a new roof on. They damaged some of the materials on the roof, damaged a window. I filed 2 police reports with the Lomita Sheriff's deputies. This isn't isolated. Within a few months of that center moving in, there was somebody walking down our street with a hammer threatening people. There've been reports over the winter break of people throwing water bottles filled with baking soda and vinegar. They stand in the middle of PV Drive East. The sheriff deputies say that they can't really do anything about it, possibly because these are minors, but they referred me to the city. When I talked to the city, I talked to Victoria in code enforcement. She said there's really not a lot that the city can do and referred me back to the sheriff's office and or the state. I understand these are troubled kids and I appreciate that, but there has to be something that the staff can do at these facilities to either step up their oversight or they need to be told that they can't exist in a residential community like this. So my questions are, and I understand you can't necessarily address this right now, but I hope someone can get back to me and the 50 other residents on my street and probably dozens or hundreds more in the area. What exactly is the city's involvement with this facility? Who makes the final decision whether the site is allowed to stay in this residential neighborhood? And how can the city help advocate for the residents on our street to get some improvement in the quality of the oversight? So thank you very much to everyone. Congratulations to the newly elected council members. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Darren. We'll circle back with you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Go ahead.
if without discussing the item, I would like to I think it'll be beneficial for Mr. Abelfa as well as the audience, just to give you some insight on these residential living facilities. The state mandates that a residential living facility with 6 or fewer occupants is not regulated by a local agency. They're allowed by right per state law. So the city has no regulatory authority. The municipal code does not apply for the operation of a residential care living facility. This could be a rehabilitation facility. It could be a senior facility. As long as the occupancy is 6 individuals or less, it's regulated by the state. So in response to the question that you heard, and we have many of them in the city, those are all regulated by the state. And if the speaker, and I'll try to reach out to the speaker and put him in touch with who he needs to connect with. If there are incidents with individuals disrupting the neighborhood, they do need to call the Lomita station. They will respond to that concern. But in terms of the operations, they're not regulated by the city.
Thanks, Art. Let's circle back with them.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry. If they're more than 6, then are they regulated?
Yes, then it becomes, the definition of that facility is different, and then it has to apply with the zoning.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Zask.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Got a question about the Portuguese bend landslide canyons, Portuguese Canyon, Ichibachi Canyon, and Painted Canyon. So there's been a lot of work, and there was supposed to be a swell to channel the water away from the head of the slide into the ocean. And is that still going to continue?
And Mr. Zask, that's an item on tonight's agenda. So if you want to, we will save your comment and we'll have you come up and speak on agenda item number 1. Because it has to do with the landslide.
Okay, it's a good
These
thing
are
I have another.
non-agenda items.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thanks, man.
It's a good thing I have another one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on the board of directors and I came on 5 years ago and that was after the Paradise fire. And by PV Drive South, there's a, dead eucalyptus and acacias and fire hazard. And we met with the city, and the representative told me, well, they can't do anything because, get this, they don't know whose trees those are. In case you don't know, there's, where the roads are and where the GIS lines are. The roads have moved, the GIS have not moved. It's the only thing in the universe that have not moved. So now, this afternoon, we met our good friends who lost their house at the LA fires, Pacific Palisades. And once again, like for instance, where I live, Ara knows where I live, at the boundary between tract 14118 and the reserve, that's Narcissa Drive. There's a bunch of acacias over there, and it's real fire hazard. And do you know whose trees those are? Because it's on the north end of Narcissa Drive. And our track is south of Narcissa Drive. So we say, no, it's not our trees. So the fire department comes to my property, which is on Narcissa Drive, and they inspect my property. They know where my property is. They know my trees, and I keep them trimmed. But on the other side of my road, I know whose trees those are, but do you? And it's a fire hazard. Will anything get done this year?
So Mr. Zask, we'll look into it because I know that it's based on the property lines, and we've had conversations with residents in the neighborhood as to who owns what trees, and we'll go out and investigate with Public Works to determine.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ben. Any more
No-
speakers?
No further speakers.
Thank you. Next agenda item.
Is our city manager report?
Thank you, and good evening to Mayor Bradley, who's via Zoom, to Mayor Pro Tem Seo, who's running tonight's meeting, and to the council and to the public. Welcome back. It's been since December 17th was our last city council meeting, and here we are over a month, and a lot has happened. A lot has happened in Los Angeles, and I think it is what we observed and what we saw that happened in Pacific Palisades as well as Altadena with the Palisades fire and the Eden fire is devastating. I think all of us feel some sort of connection. We all feel the loss that everyone experienced. And I know for our residents, and we received numerous inquiries about while these events were going on and what the city is doing, what the peninsula is doing, and how do we prevent, just like what Mr. Zask was just asking about the trees and clearing. And there are so many questions, and rightfully so. I think the community needs to be informed. One of the things that we would like to do is in the coming weeks, we are going to try to conduct a town hall meeting to bring the community together with our law enforcement and our fire department to meet with the community and talk about home hardening and what evacuations and what this all looks like to better educate. The public is all paying attention now, and this is an opportunity for us to all learn and be better prepared. And to that spirit, for my city manager's report, if you want to go to the next slide, what I'd like to do is defer my time to hand it over to Chief Kane, who's our battalion chief for the peninsula. And he's put together a presentation that will probably take about 15 to 20 minutes to get through. And I think it's a very valuable information that not only our attending audience is going to benefit from, but also our viewing audience. It'll be preserved on our city's website. So before I invite you up, I do want to say that from I think everyone's perspective, the council, the public, what the fire department has done, the sheriff's department has done, the Los Angeles Police Department, the National Guard, everyone who's come out to protect and respond. You guys have done an incredible job. And Chief Kane, I'd like to give you all a round of applause for everything that you've done to help people out. So thank you. And if I can ask you to come up to the podium, and then we'll move our presentation over to your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, members of the council. Acting Assistant Chief Brian Kane, Los Angeles County Fire Department. I'm here to give you a presentation on the events that recently taken place to the north of us at both the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Canyon Fire, and how some of those challenges and what we've done here on the peninsula to help mitigate some of those challenges. I like to open with this opening slide here. I think it's a great picture. But it also, it shows exactly what the LA County Fire Department and the city has done to help solidify some of the safety challenges on the peninsula as it relates to wildland fires. So what you see here is a helicopter dip source. That's one of our helipods. It's placed at on Palos Verdes Drive over by Fire Station 53 at our helispot 53 Alpha is what we call it. And it's a self-filling water source that allows our Black Hawk there to pick up almost 1,200 gallons of water every time it dips into that tank. And that tank is on an automatic fill. It's connected to a domestic water source. And it enables that helicopter to load and return every 3 to 5 minutes. And just for reference, we will have 3 of these helicopters on every wildland fire response on the peninsula. So this is just to grab your attention, but also show you exactly with the commitment level that the fire department has for the peninsula. Next slide, please. So these are some of the numbers for as it relates to the Palisades fire as it was this morning. So currently the Palisades fire is 23,713 acres. It's 69% contained. I will go into detail later what containment actually means. There's 6,051 structures destroyed, 788 structures with damage. There's currently 3,123 firefighters working, 10 fatalities and 10 persons missing. One of the recent questions that I received was, what is considered a structure and is a vehicle considered a structure? The answer to that question is a vehicle is not considered a structure and is not considered in this and reflective in this structure destroyed or structure damaged. Where some of that confusion might have came from is what we consider in as it relates to our search. So everything that can hold or house or contain a person needs to be searched. So our search occupancies, the count will be much, much higher. As it relates to structures destroyed, it's anything as far as a living dwelling to an outhouse, to a shed, to a barn, to a stable, to a garage, and those like sources. Next slide, please. The Eaton fire, currently 14,117 acres. It's 87% contained, 9,418 structures destroyed, 1,069 structures damaged. Currently, there's 2,408 firefighters working, 17 fatalities, and 8 persons missing. Today was a day of change as it relates to the weather and some of our containment numbers, as you've seen on these respective slides. So today was a day of demobilization. So we're in a rapid demobilization plan, and we're right-sizing the incident for the needs as it relates to the number of fire engines, fire personnel, overhead, et cetera, that are managing these current incidents. So we have search dogs, and we have even anthropologists that come in to search all of these structures. And we don't like to claim fatalities with 8 persons missing until they can be confirmed by either one of our cadaver dogs or anthropologists as far as sifting through rubble and distinguishing between burned items and actually burned human remains, et cetera. Next slide, please. So we hear on the weather all the time, red flag. And what does red flag actually mean? So there's a lot of science and a lot of numbers that are associated with red flag. But every red flag warning is precipitated by a red flag warning. A red flag warning is 12 to 48 hours before a projected red flag weather event. And there's a 50% likelihood that a warning will turn into an actual red flag condition. So red flag condition is what we're looking for 24 hours before an actual incident. And it has about an 80% chance of turning into an actual red flag event. Now, red flag or critical weather criteria is 10-hour fuel moisture of 10% or less, wind at 15 miles per hour or greater, and a relative humidity of 25%. So within this, our 10-hour fuel moistures is based on our relative humidity and our humidity recoveries overnight. So humidity fluctuates throughout the day based on high pressure and low pressure systems, and as well as daytime and nighttime. So when you have a relative humidity that's less than 25%, our fuel moistures are given off and received throughout the day based on the relative humidity. Live and dead fuel moistures do this, absorb and give off moistures. repetitive days with less than 25%, those fuel moistures are just being emitted and not being reabsorbed for overnight recoveries or because humidities are not, once again, raising in percentage. That's where you get that 10-hour fuel moistures at less than 10%, which of course, anything that's dry is much, much more volatile. Next slide, please. This is an actual picture here from the Eaton fire. This is the ember cast. Ember cast is all those little dots that are disseminated through these burning vegetation. In the Palisades in both Eaton fire, we were seeing wind anywhere from 55 to 80 miles an hour, and in some cases up to 90 miles an hour with gusts. So what I like to point out here is you don't really see a visible fire front, but you do see the ember cast. And look around at the picture and really look at what our picture is telling you. So you see a lot of different trees there, but what are the trees that are actually burning and which ones are producing the biggest ember cast? So the answer is, of course, palm trees. We think of a palm tree as usually a very moist tropical plant, but in fire conditions, it's one of the trees that produces the biggest and most ember cast. Next slide, please. So with the ember cast, with the fire weather, looks like part of my slide's missing here. We create or calculate a probability of ignition. So we take all these numbers that we're gathering from weather, humidity, wind, live and dead fuel moistures, and we come up with a probability of ignition. With the probability of ignition, on a severe fire weather day with relative humidity that we were seeing and the winds that we were seeing in the Palisades and both the Eaton incident, we came up with probability of ignition of over 90%. What that basically is saying that every one of those embers that you saw on the previous slide is 90% of those are going to contribute to fire growth or ignite a receiving structure on the other end of that ember into, of course, more fire. Next slide, please. So I wanted to bring this up because I've been asked, what is the biggest one contributing thing that you can do to your structure to make sure that it is better than it was before or to harden it somewhat from an ember cast? And you can get these vents. These vent systems are available, of course, online. There's lots of vendors for them. You can even get them at Home Depot. But these vents for subfloors and crawl spaces under your house, raised foundations, within your eaves, within your attic spaces, dormer vents, anything that is designed to let air flow throughout your respective house, you can get an ember resistant vent for those areas. These ember resistant vents are made to let the air keep flowing through to get the necessary ventilation that you need. But what it does is it traps the ember within the vent itself to keep it from going either inside your structure, under your house, or the worst case scenario in the attic. Next slide, please. Of course, the Ready, Set, Go program. The Ready, Set, Go program is designed for obviously vegetation management and respective vegetation distances for your house as it relates to fire weather, fire spread. The Ready, Set, Go program, everybody here should be very, very familiar with this. And all the resources are available, of course, on lacounty.org /RSG/. All of the resources for Ready, Set, Go as it relates to evacuations, preparedness for your vegetation, vegetation management, and also home hardening can be found on this respective website. Next slide, please. So I want to give you guys a little lesson on our modes of operation. So the news gives us a lot of great coverage and it shows us out there doing what we do, of course. But a lot of times you will see, especially in initial action, what we call IA, is not a lot of hose pulling, not a lot of water spraying, not a lot of those things are actually happening. And why is that? The reason for that is we are in that initial action mode, we are in life mode. Our biggest consideration is preservation of life. What does that look like? That means evacuations, making sure that everybody that is still within the fire area is being told to go, notified to go, or being assisted to leave. So life mode is our #1 priority. If you see lots of fire apparatus driving around and it looks like you're kind of wondering, okay, exactly what are they doing? That's because they're still in life mode. When we know that life mode is pretty much satisfied or we've done what we can for that significant mode, we'll now go into property conservation. Property conservation is either structure protection, where we put engines or apparatus on as many respective homes as we can, or it's called fire front following. The main fire front has gone through, we'll come back behind the fire, and now we'll start suppressing all the fires that had started from that fire front that came through that respective neighborhood. You might also think, well, there's lots of structures on fire and the fire department isn't doing anything. Well, we are very resource limited on these large scale fires, especially when we have multiple fires going at one time. So we have to kind of triage the structures that we attack. And the way that we do that is by a rule of 25%. If any respective structure is 25% or more involved, we kind of move on to the next one. I mean, it seems harsh, but we need to save what we can actually save. And the ones that are just going to be not viable, we move on to the next. The one time that we will engage in a structure that is 25% or more involved is to save the houses that are in front, behind, or next to. So we're concentrating our efforts on this one to save the ones that are surrounding it. After property conservation, we go into perimeter control. Perimeter control is trying to keep the fire in the footprint that it currently has. We're trying to keep it contained or trying to keep it from growing any further. Perimeter control is either dozer lines, hand lines, hose line, in a kind of a flanking type of a manner, and we're making our way to surround the fire. After perimeter control, we go into an extinguishment. Extinguishment is going back into the interior of the fire and now putting out the areas of fire within that respective perimeter. And finally, the last thing, but is what the news is always talking about, is containment. Containment is when we have a constructed control line completely around the entire fire, whether hose line, dozer line, hand cut line, and it's continuous from one end all the way to the other. So you can imagine now on almost a 24,000 acre fire, how long does it take to get that successive hose line completely around that fire? So in the initial stages of an incident, or here we are 10, 12 days into it, and you're seeing containment at 60 or 50%, depending on the fire you're looking at, that's the reason why. And obviously some of the terrain in some of those areas is very, very difficult to get to. And challenges with the terrain don't give us a pass on our containment line. We still have to put containment line through those very challenging areas. Some wildfire terms that you might also hear on social media or on the news is control. The fire is no longer advancing. Containment is like I just said. And then knockdown, you can have containment and actually have knockdown not be actually called yet. So you can have 100% containment, but if there's still visible smoke or visible flame anywhere within that 24,000 acres, we do not yet have knockdown. So after a 3-day period of no fire and no smoke is when we can actually call knockdown. Next slide, please. So the question has come up when we send so many resources to these large fires to help out both Los Angeles City and the respective fire in Los Angeles County, which was in Altadena. How do we maintain staffing levels in all of our other cities? So in the initial surge of these incidents, we have designated apparatus that are called strike team engines. There's one of those engines on the peninsula, and that's engine 106 near the mall. Engine 106 was deployed initially on the initial action of the fire. To mitigate staffing levels on the peninsula, we then bring a reserve engine, an unstaffed, unmanned engine back to Fire Station 106 on the peninsula, recall personnel from home to restaff that engine so we can maintain staffing levels on the peninsula. The peninsula, as you know, is a very severe hazardous zone as it relates to fire. So we definitely are concerned with drawing down resources from this area. The morning that this fire initiated, we had augmented staffing levels on the peninsula where there was an extra firefighter, an augmented firefighter position to every piece of equipment on the peninsula. We staffed the fire patrols with 3 people. We staffed a water tender. And of course, the helipod tank was on the ready as well. So in order to maintain those staffing levels over time, we went from a 3-shift model to a 2-shift model. So we typically run 3 respective shifts with 3,500 personnel. So we took that 3rd shift, divided it in half, spread it to the other 2 shifts, and we worked basically every other day to maintain those staffing levels, both for the respective cities of Los Angeles County and also to maintain personnel at the fire as well. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of challenges and talk about the water system in the Palisades. These are the actual tanks in the Palisades that supply both the domestic and emergency water for that respective area. The issue that happened in the Palisades when there was difficulties with the hydrants was we had all of our fire engines attached to the domestic feed, which is for both homes and emergency use. They were exceeding the capacity of the tank. So what happening was the tanks were full. We exceeded we drew the tanks down based on all the fire hydrants being used. The system in place to refill the tanks couldn't keep up with the demand that we were pulling from the system. So each one of those tanks is 1 million gallons, and they have 3 of them. The third one is not in this picture. That was what the issue was with the water system in the Palisades. Now I can tell you, before we get to the slide, that the Palos Verdes Peninsula, because of Cal Water's great work, is not supplied in this manner. So we rely on and have multiple feeds coming into the peninsula, and it's a redundant system where no matter what the demand that we put on it, we will always have the supply coming in from one of the directions that Cal Water has provided. Next slide, please. This is the actual water reservoir in the Palisades area that is out of service. It's a 117 million gallon tank, which is meant to augment the 3 1 million gallon tanks that were having difficulties during the challenges of the fire. I won't go into it any more than that. It's still out of service as of today. It's in need of some repair, and hopefully they can mitigate that soon. Next slide, please. This is our reservoir on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. It's different in function than the one in the Palisades. This one here is not meant to augment Cal Water system. This is a storage facility, and this is a facility from Metropolitan Water District that has this here, that uses it as, it's actually a treated storage tank for domestic use, but it's not used to augment the system that's already in place. This reservoir is also out of service at the moment. I contacted Metropolitan Water. They said it is in the process of being repaired, but they did not give me an ETA on when this respective reservoir would be filled. I've also spoken in depth with Ralph Felix at Cal Water, who has articulated exactly how the peninsula is prepared for all of its water demands. And the next slides will show exactly what all of the cities, the fire department, and Cal Water is doing to make sure that we're well supplied. Next slide, please. And this is some of the homework that we've been doing as it relates to the water systems here. So obviously we already talked about the helipod, which was a great addition. It's automatic fill and high capacity. Cal Water has also completed a 7-mile-long Palos Verdes Peninsula reliability project in 2020, which is basically a large supply feeder that comes to the Palos Verdes Peninsula from the direction in which that reservoir used to supply. So basically, this new 7-mile-long water reliability project makes the reservoir like a storage facility only, and it's not drawn upon for either domestic or emergency use. Next slide, please. And here's some more bullet points on exactly what Cal Water has been doing to make sure that our water system is extremely robust. So we have generators, and we have generators to back up generators in case any of our pumping stations were to have some sort of an issue. Lay flat hose is used to go in between water supply sources, just in case something should happen to some of the pipeline. We can pull the water main above ground and bypass the issue that's in the ground and continue the supply from that respective water main. So inspecting and testing hydrants regularly, I can tell you that the fire department in the month of March, and this is by tradition, and we've always done this, we go out and inspect and exercise every single fire department on the peninsula. That includes a visual inspection to make sure it's in good repair. It's also to make sure that there's nothing that's precluding us from using it, that we have the proper clearances around it so our firefighters can access it. We take all the caps off. We open it up and we flow the hydrant. And that's done on every single fire hydrant on the peninsula on an annual basis. They've also done a lot of upgrading of hydrants as part of their infrastructure improvement planning process, creating defensible space, vegetation management, and equipping its employees with portable extinguishing units called fire packs. So they have these fire packs on their respective utility trucks. If they should see something or create a start themselves, they have these packs on their vehicles to mitigate that incident very quickly. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move into evacuations now. Evacuations was another one of the challenges that we saw in the Palisades incident. So the fire department is relying heavily on this Genesis program, formerly known as Zone Haven. So as you can see here that the Palos Verdes Peninsula is broken down into these respective zones. These zones can be accessed either via a desktop version or an application-based system from your cell phone. And it's imperative that individuals that live on the peninsula know exactly what zone that they live in. Myself with the Sheriff Department are going to be using this tool. If we have an incident and we need to evacuate, we are going to be evacuating by these respective zones. With the application-based system on your cell phone, it will show you a blue dot. That blue dot is exactly where you're standing and what zone you're in. So it's very easy to identify where you live and which zone your house is in. Or if you're out and about on the peninsula, it'll show you in real time exactly what zone you're in. Myself, the Sheriff Department, and the Office of Emergency Management can make changes to these zones based on key information that we want people on the peninsula, constituents, residents, et cetera, to know. So you can see here on the slide that some of the Portuguese Bend area is shaded differently. If you were to click on those shaded areas, it's going to give you information on what's happening in those respective zones. We can do the same thing in real time in any of the zones on the peninsula to inform people on what's happening in that zone and also instructions on what they should be doing in the zones in which they live. Next slide, please. This is an example of what we're going to be trying to avoid. So this is a picture from the Palisades incident. Some of you may have seen this on the news. This was an incident where the evacuating traffic overwhelmed the road system and created a gridlock situation. The decision was made for the cars to be left in those areas and for everybody to make their way down to PCH in the coastal area for safety. The issue is now our accessed roadway for our fire apparatus to get to the incident was now blocked. So the way we mitigated that incident was bringing this dozer in. The dozer cleared the street and allowed our fire apparatus then to make it to the fire area. Next slide, please. I lost another slide. So this was just another slide showing the importance of evacuations and how a coordinated evacuation is going to be essential for the success of the evacuation. What I would like to say about that is going back to the zones. If your respective zone is called for a mandatory evacuation, that is your time to evacuate. If you are in a neighboring zone and your zone has not yet been called, that is not your time to evacuate. So if you're going to self-evacuate, thinking that you're going to try to get a little bit ahead of the game, that could be a situation where if we have too many people self-evacuating outside of a mandate, you could overwhelm the road system. So being connected to Genesis, being connected to your social media sites and the directives by your city managers and your incident commanders is going to be imperative to a successful controlled evacuation. Next slide, please. So a question that I've been getting is, are evacuation routes pre-identified? Can you post those? Can you tell us what they are so we know which way and how to evacuate? The answer to that is it's very, very difficult to do that because none of us know where the incident is going to start. We don't know the direction of the wind on that particular day. We don't know which direction the incident is going to go. So yes, there are identified routes that are going to be, of course, the main arteries on the peninsula. We're all very familiar with those main arteries are. Now, the direction of evacuation is going to be very incident dependent. So that's another reason it's going to be imperative that we're all connected to our information sites so we can so we can get the key information on which routes we're using for evacuations and in which direction to evacuate. We want to make sure that we're not overwhelming all the road systems because don't forget, we're going to have many, many, many first responders that are trying to get into the peninsula as evacuees are trying to get off of the peninsula. So it's a balance that we're going to have to maintain. The only way we can do that is in a very controlled manner. Next slide, please. An interesting question that I've received is, will any of the trail systems on the peninsula be used as evacuation routes? And the answer to that question is no, because they're not monitored, they're not regulated, they're not patrolled. It's very difficult to tell who's using them and who's not, and that's how we end up potentially with missing persons. So definitely get the messaging out there that only approved evacuation routes will be utilized, the trail systems will not. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the Pano AI cameras. I'm sure we're all familiar that we have them. It's a great tool. It's a tool that could hopefully identify incidents in the incipient stage or the very, very beginning stages in order for us to make a response to keep those incidents small. The idea is rapid identification, rapid notification. It equals a rapid response by the fire department to keep that incident as small as we can. So there's 3 of these towers on the peninsula, and of course, they're monitoring the peninsula 24/7. It pushes a notification to a control office location where it's monitored by some human intervention at that point. If the human on the other side of the intervention thinks that it's a viable smoke notification, then that notification is then sent to some of the stakeholders on the peninsula. I'm one of the recipients of these push notices. And then I will then look at the pictures, look at the notification, look at the direction of the camera as it relates to where the smoke is and see if it necessitates a response from the fire department. There has been a couple that I've looked at and go, ooh, let me at least launch one engine as an investigation and then see what unfolds after that particular response. Next slide, please. That's the end of my formal presentation, but I'm open for any questions should you have any.
Thank you, Chief Kane. Now, I know this is unorthodox for city managers' reports, but this is such a sensitive topic, and I know we've been getting a lot of emails on it. So I'm going to open up questions to the public just for a little bit. We'll take a couple questions, and I think it'll be informative for our audience members tonight. So anybody in the room that would like to ask a question from Chief Kane, please raise your hand and go ahead. Yeah, come up to the microphone. Whoever raised your hand first, come on up.
Marianne?
Hi.
I have a couple questions. One is, what do you guys think about roof sprinklers?
Can you do me a favor,
Worth
just
it?
talk into the mic for me so everybody can hear?
Is it worth it to have roof sprinklers?
Okay, so she's speaking of a sprinkler system that is designed to be mounted to your home. It can either be supplied from a couple different ways. It can be supplied from your home water source, or it can actually be supplied from a pump that you might be able to put in your pool. Any of these options are good options.
If you can speak into the mic.
Yeah, any of these options, such as the rooftop sprinkler system, are good options. I mean, and anything that you can do, this falls under the home hardening side of the playbook. And like I said, any assistance that you can give your home, such as that, is great. Now the other side of it is what happens when the domestic slide water is not available, or that your poolside pump all of a sudden goes down, or the pumping system goes down, et cetera. But it's a good system. It's just another one of those tools to hopefully harden your home.
Okay, I have 2 other questions. One of them is specifically
Can you
about.
do me a favor, speaking to the
One of them
microphone?
is specifically about Portuguese Bend. I would really like to know that we have staging areas that the fire department has their eye on ahead of time, because the roads are so narrow. It's been a problem with the fire engines in, you can't get in or out. So like right at the Pepper Tree Gate, there's that huge area that's flat. And I'd love to see that as part of 53's plan. And the other question I have is more personal. In terms of planting around your house, is having succulents right up close to the house going to mitigate fire? Or is it just going to slow things, or how do you feel about that?
Okay, so the first question is about staging areas. So we have many pre-designated staging areas on the peninsula, on all sides of the peninsula, and where we can send fire apparatus prior to engagement in a respective neighborhood. So just like a controlled evacuation, we also have a controlled ingress with our fire apparatus, because we also don't want to clog the scene with too many apparatus and block our own guys into that respective fire area. So we are aware of the lot that you're speaking of. Another staging area is, of course, the Abalone Cove parking lot. And another one further down is obviously the San Vicente Lighthouse area is a great staging area. And also still allows us that reflex time to respond quickly to anywhere on the peninsula. Succulents next to your house. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this respective brush clearance year. As we know, you're speaking about zone 0. So zone 0 last year was not enforceable by the fire department as it relates to Sacramento's legislation. So we'll see what they say this year as it relates to zone 0. Now succulents, as we know, are very robust and really don't burn. So I don't think it would hurt, but I don't know if it would actually help either.
I'm hoping it would help.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Please come up and ask your question.
We have a place in Saratoga, California, which is also a high fire district. And the firemen there recommended a product called Barricade. I don't know if you've heard of it. I was just going to point that out and see if you guys concurred with that. My second question is with the destruction of Burma Road by the landslide, that was a fire road. How is that going to be replaced? What are you guys going to do we had the firehouse up there. We all rode on Burma Road or hiked on Burma Road. How does that affect us now?
So Barricade is a system to basically encapsulate your home with a product to inhibit it from getting direct flame impingement and then of course catching on fire. There's many products out there that are like this. Some of them work very, very well. Barricade's one of them. There's another one that's called Fire and Ice. There's another one that is a high expansion foam that looks like you're painting your house like with thick snow. They're all great products and it can be of great assistance in the hardening effort of that residence. Some of them are very expensive, but then so is your home. So that's something that you guys can think about individually, but they do work and they do help. Burma Trail is not something that the fire department is going to use for any kind of fire mitigation efforts. It's just right now, it's just a little too precarious. And we have other means of accessing the areas within the Burma Trail, mostly with our aircraft and our ground crews that hike in.
You know, Chief Kane, it's worth noting, although Burma Road and many of the trails in the preserve are not passable at the moment because of the landslide, there are new paths that have been created as part of our winterization and some of our mitigation measures. And it may be worth working with the fire department to kind of check out some new routes that are available in case you need to, because there are some pretty wide access routes that are now available.
Yeah, definitely something to look at. And I know Cal Water has also been working on Burma Trail as well as trying to restore it.
We have another question?
Yes, one more question. Hi, good evening. How is your calculations calculating if PB Drive South goes down during an emergency? How does that impact other roads? And what is your backup plans if PB Drive South is out?
Okay, you're talking about PB Drive South as it relates to where, like the ski jump area? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. So it would be a case then of, you know, if you did have a separation in the road system right there, then of course those on one side of the road systems are going to be evacuating through the corridors on that side. And of course the other ones would be evacuating obviously in the other direction. Now you're probably going to think, well, you don't know where the advancing fire front is coming from. And I will tell you that our aircraft will protect those evacuation routes at all costs. So like I said before, life mode. Evacuations are considered life mode. So if we have to dedicate all of our aircraft to maintain the safety of these evacuation routes, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Now, just to keep in mind, on just a first alarm brush response, that's our first go at putting personnel at an incident, you're getting 7 aircraft. That's on the first alarm. On the second alarm, there's an additional 7 aircraft. So we're gonna have a ton of aircraft that are coming in this direction. Another question that I've been getting is, can your helicopters, if for whatever reason or if needed, dip or suck water from the ocean? And the answer to that question is yes, they can. So you probably saw on the Palisades incident, our super scoopers, those are the red and white fixed wing aircraft, and they were dipping into the Pacific Ocean and then taking the water and then dropping it onto the fire.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Kane. I appreciate it. Is there any other questions? Okay. If you guys have any other questions, please let us know so we can circle back with you and then we'll have it answered. Thank you for your sacrifice in protecting the peninsula, Chief Kane. I
Thank you
really
very much.
appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
There's something to say? Yeah, go ahead.
And thank you for
Please.
coming.
Oh, do you have a question? Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just 2 questions, very specifically. Is there any value to an inventory of private pools? Can they serve as a source for refurbishing water supply? And I know there's trees and all these other problems, but is that initial step something of value?
So you're asking if it's valuable for the fire department to potentially have access to pool systems?
Yes.
Yes. The answer to that is yes, it is valuable. So we have tools on our fire engines where we can extend our hose to your pull system, and then we have an apparatus called an eductor, which allows us to pull the water from your pool and refill our fire apparatus. The tank, each fire apparatus has a 500-gallon water tank on it, so we can use it for refilling of that. And if we're staying at a respective structure and we're basically what we call anchoring down and we're committing to saving that one structure, now we have a multi-thousand gallon supply of water in which we can use to fight the fire to protect that respective structure. So some cities have had different placard identifications that they put near the addresses on the curbs, which identifies that house as having a pool system.
Oh.
Great. And that's my first question. Thank you very much. Second question is, in a situation along Palos Verdes Drive East where the east side goes down through canyons and dead ends, but there is access. There's gates. There may be paved roads. There may not be paved roads, but there's gates. In particular, Friendship Park, which is clearly trimmed. There's not a lot of vegetation here. How was that handled as a potential escape route if the situation called for that?
So as it relates to Friendship Park, we have areas that are identified on our wildland pre-attack plans. And if you're ever interested, I can show them to you. And they're identified areas, and it's called a temporary refuge area. We call them a TRA. Friendship Park is a TRA, which is an area that we know that we can house a certain number of either firefighters or civilian population and pretty much know that they're going to be safe in that particular area until the fire front either moves along or calms down. So that's what we use those areas for.
Okay, and then the other part of that is for those dead ends that are not as defined as Friendship Park. They're barriers between PV Drive East, canyons, east side. They're gated. Who has the keys, the ability, or the bolt cutters to open those given a situation?
Well, the fire department has the universal key that can open up any lock, gate, or door. I'll tell you that for sure. If there's a gate or door that needs to be opened and it's going to improve public safety or our life mode, we are going to open that gate. Now, as far as who actually has the key, Ara, do you know the answer to that?
I don't know. In some instances, these gates are on private property and they're supposed to have lock boxes, which the fire department would then have access. But some of these areas, no. There are other areas that the city has. There's a daisy chain of locks and the city may have a lock on that.
Thank you. And the final part of that is between jurisdictions, between cities. Obviously, I would expect that that's a capability that you have to open those gates for transit and escape.
we have the capability in emergency situations to open up any gate, any fence, any, whatever we need to open. Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank you very
the tools
much.
to do it. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Protem.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Kane. I appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you. Anything
Mr. City Manager, do you have anything else for your report?
I have about 5 more slides to
Okay,
go over
sounds
as my general report, so.
That's
So
for
if I can, if Anissa can open up my presentation. Thank you, Chief Kane. We really appreciate it. And to Councilmember Pearstem's comment about pools, some cities, like Malibu, they have a program where if you own a pool, there's signage that you could put at the front of your house. So in the event that a fire department comes in, they're on your street and they're not familiar with who has pools, they can see that sign and they know they have access to water. In light of the recent fires, we're actually looking at implementing a similar program here where we have that signage available to residents. So to that point, I just want to continue the discussion on some of the tools that the city uses. And I wanted to bring to the council and the public's attention that what the city is doing in light of these red flag warnings is, for out of an abundance of caution, we are closing the Palos Verdes Nature Preserve during any red flag warning. And that is to prevent anyone from going into the preserve that may lead to some sort of incident. We close those. We use our volunteer trails patrol to patrol the trailheads and the trails to make sure they remain closed. The other thing is we issue notification to all of our landscapers, the city's crews, that they are to stop using any gas blowing equipment that could ignite a spark and cause a fire during these red flag warnings. So these are practices that we are learning from all these experiences that we are now implementing in these events. And I know it's a bit disruptive and people want to go on their walks and stuff, but it is just out of an abundance of caution. Just the other day, over the weekend, we got notification that there was a box of unlit fireworks over in the Three Sisters Reserve. So thank you to the vigilance of the residents, and we were able to go get that. So that's one of the reasons why we are closing the trails. Next slide. Fire insurance is a topic. Everyone is talking about fire insurance. We, the city, have been talking about fire insurance for several years now. We've seen rates go up. We've seen cancellation policies. What the Emergency Preparedness Committee has done in partnership with staff is we created a few years back this advocacy letter that lists all the programs the city has done to harden the city and help minimize our wildfire risk. This letter is intended for residents. They can download it, send it to their insurance policy carrier, and help to keep your insurance in place as well as your rates in check. So that's available. If anybody wants that letter, you could just go to the city's website and download the letter and send that off to your insurance agent. Next slide. Just on some lighter city typical business, we have one vacant position on the Finance Advisory Committee. We are going through the recruitment. The last day to file an application to volunteer serving on the Finance Advisory Committee is this Thursday, January 23rd. You can complete the application on the city's website. And then at the February 4th council meeting, you'll be conducting interviews and then potentially selecting the candidate to fill that vacant seat that was made vacant by the election of Councilmember Lewis. Next slide. For those interested in receiving updates on the Palos Verdes Nature Preserve, we have our quarterly public forum on January 22nd. It's 22nd at 6 p.m. It's a hybrid meeting. You can come in person at the community room at City Hall, or you can participate via Zoom. Next slide. This is really important. I don't think the public is really aware of this, but there's a proposal to consider installing a wireless tower here at Hess Park that's approximately 60 feet in height. The city is conducting an open house on January 29th at 7 p.m. here in this room to receive comments and for residents, especially in the immediate area, to see what this facility would look like and to provide their comments, because it'll help decide how Verizon's going to move forward with improving wireless coverage in this general area. Next slide.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? How tall would it be?
It's approximately 60 feet.
60?
Is 60, yes. It's a similar tower, a somewhat similar tower to what we have at the Civic Center and other areas of the peninsula. They are designing something where it would be blended, whether it's a tree, like a faux tree or some sort of flagpole, or they're coming up with some prototypes that they'll present at this workshop for the community to chime in on.
Where would it be on the property?
That is to be determined yet. It's in this upper portion of Hess Park. So, and just on, I just want to point out that Monday was Martin Luther King's Day, and the city we observe the holiday and recognize all the significant contributions of Martin Luther King and his legacy. Next slide. And of course, as you heard from Merlin, that a lunar New Year is coming up, and so we wanted to wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year. And I also wanted to wish everyone a happy New Year. I hope it's full of hope, health, and happiness. And that concludes the city manager's report.
Thank you, Ara. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is the consent calendar.
I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, please.
So moved.
Councilman Peristam,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferraro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our first item, regular business.
Thank you. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. And before I hand the presentation to the Public Works Director, I just want to give a little background. Tonight's agenda item is a very important agenda item, and it is a continuation from the December 17th City Council meeting. And at the December 17th Council meeting, a request was made to staff to prepare a build out of what the mitigation components to the landslide would look like. And so what's in the report and what you're going to hear this evening is starting off with some general information on where we're at with our remediation measures. And then we're going to present to you what our geologic team who's here this evening, they prepared from their perspective of the studies that they have conducted thus far, not a detailed study, but a conceptual comprehensive plan of what the build out would look like. And it's broken into 3 phases. There's the lower phase, the mid phase, and the upper phase, and that'll be explained to you. But one of the other questions that was raised at the December 17th meeting is, with this build out, what would that cost look like? And so we have done some cost estimates based on today's dollars that the director is going to go over, but I'll tell you off just what we have estimated it to be with a full build out that the geotechnical engineers believe would stop the landslide is estimated in today's dollars at $150 million. And that is a large price tag, but it involves hydroggers and various other components. And so the finance director is going to talk about what our finances are from the city's, where we are in terms of the capital improvement program, as well as the general fund. So the council understands and the public really understands this big picture. And when you look at the 150 and you look at what our operating budget is, it's very important that everybody understand that the city runs its operations, its services, everything. We keep the streets clean. We look at the parks. We provide programs, everything. Our general fund to keep our city running is approximately $39 million. To date, since July 1st, which is the beginning of the fiscal year, we are now a little bit over the mid-year. We have spent $33 million of the city's money, no one else's money, on landslide remediation. And that includes the dewatering, it includes the winterization, it includes PALOS VERDES Drive South, it includes repairs to the sanitary system in the Portuguese Bend Community Association. We have spent $33 million. So we're very close to spending the same amount as our general fund for operating the entire city on responding to the landslide. And so we are going to present where we are financially and where we stand, especially when you start to look into the years ahead. And as we spend, we have to forecast what the future is going to look like. The other thing that is very important is you hear this discussion over the last few weeks and since our last meeting, a lot of things have transpired. We had the fires, and the fires, without any doubt, is going to have an effect at the county level, the state level, and the federal level. Speaking of the federal level, the city, as well as Abalone Cove Landslide Abatement District and the Klondike Canyon Landslide Abatement District, all three entities had put in requests for disaster recovery funds. We all received denial letters, which we anticipated. We have reported that out. We have formally received those denial letters. We have 60 days to file an appeal, and we will file an appeal. And that appeal will be heard by the District 9 administrator. You may have seen him at the press conferences, Bob Fenton. We have met him in person. We will appeal to him. He will make a decision, and we will have another opportunity to appeal that decision. We'll work with the two districts so that we are filing an appeal collectively. The other thing is we heard from Southern California Edison that has said because of the stabilization on the eastern portion of the landslide in the Portuguese Beach Club area and Seaview, that they are now moving forward with a program to re-energize those neighborhoods. They're aiming to have that done by March 31st. There's a lot involved in that, working with each of the property owners who want to re-energize and making sure all the inspections are done. But out of that conversation, the city has come to learn that all of our deep dewatering wells that are powered right now with generators that is costing the city, in order to transfer those to electricity by SCE, we would have to bring distribution lines to those areas because there are no distribution lines that bring electricity to those dewatering wells. And we estimate that as a cost of $5 million to do that, to power the existing 11 dewatering wells that we have in place. I say that because these are all factors that we all need to be very mindful of as we hear tonight's item and as we look in terms of what we can do in the weeks ahead. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ramsey Wad to give a more detailed report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. First, I'd like to introduce the team I have with me today. Deputy Director of Public Works, Dave Kopp, Contract City Geologist, Mike Phipps, and also we have the CEO of Geologic Associates, which is the firm providing the lead engineering geologist on the project, Gary Lass, in the front row with us as well. I'll start this evening's presentation with the status of winterization work. Overall, the work is nearly complete in terms of work that's been funded that we're able to do with the funding available. We were not able to complete the work in Ishibashi Canyon and Paintbrush Canyon. That's currently on hold because of the need for additional funds to do that work. Altamira Canyon is complete, but there is significant maintenance that's needed, which you'll see in some of the upcoming pictures. We were able to do some work on Portuguese Canyon. Klondike Canyon is substantially complete. There's still a bit of cleanup work going on. Graben Fissure Filling in the Seaview neighborhood is substantially complete, and we are doing some more work on PV Drive South Service Road. This is an image, a couple of images of Klondike Canyon and some of the winterization work there. Some more images here, and then Altamira Canyon, and you'll notice in this picture that due to the land movement that we are experiencing the need for some significant maintenance to restore the liner. You can see here fissures are reappearing and continuing to affect the area, which is not a surprise given the rate of movement, but does remind us of the need for ongoing maintenance. The deep dewatering well program, there are currently 11 deep dewatering wells that have been installed. One you may recall was abandoned and relocated or cheered and was therefore abandoned at that spot and relocated, and that's DDW9A. One of the deep dewatering wells, DDW8, has sheared. Today it's not operational, but we'll have it back online in a couple of days or so. So there is continuing to be some pinching in some of the wells and some shearing, ongoing redrilling. But overall, the pumping rate's still 770 gallons per minute. That translates to about 1.1 million gallons per day, and the total extracted is over 120 million, which is kind of hard to visualize unless you think back to the presentation from earlier this evening with the fire department. 370 acre feet extracted. So that just kind of gives you an idea visually of the amount of water that we've extracted. We continue to see much of the same pattern overall from the effect of the deep dewatering wells. Very strong correlation on the eastern, what I call the eastern part of the slide, in the Seaview and Beach Club area. We continue in our weekly surveys to see no measurable movement. And as you go further, what I call west towards the Abalone Cove slide, the rate of movement is higher, up to about 4 inches per week. I will now turn it over to Mike Phipps to talk a little bit more about the overall trends that we've been seeing since the last presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm going to be very brief tonight. The overall landslide movement is currently about maximum rate of about 5 inches a week. We have seen a significant decline in the Portuguese Bend area, and actually have started seeing a decline in the Abalone Cove area. The movement rate declined about 7% from December until January over there. About 5% in the upper Altamira slide area, and really the Portuguese Bend landslide has been static. So what we're seeing is kind of a leveling off in the Portuguese Bend area. And it's kind of in a static state right now. I did some quick calculations, and overall, if you add on to the city dewatering well production and what ACLAD and KCLAD are doing, it's close to 1.75 million gallons a day, which is wonderful. And I think that collective effort between the city wells and the two districts is still being beneficial. So I think that's really all I wanted to talk about in terms of the movement rates, the heat maps. As you cycle through them, we've shown where the deep dewatering wells show up over time on those. And you do see the influence of the Portuguese Bend wells immediately, where that area goes purple and dark purple. And we're starting to see a little bit of that in the Abalone Cove. The movement rates are finally getting down almost below 4 inches per week. So hoping that the continued effort between the city's wells and the ACLAD wells over there will continue that trend. That's all I have right now.
In response to the City Council's request at the last meeting, staff asked Geologic to prepare a comprehensive build-out plan. And the goal of the comprehensive build-out plan would be to reach a point of negligible movement. We asked for a plan that would be unconstrained with respect to resources, jurisdictional boundaries in terms of districts versus city, as well as property ownership. To then work that plan to a constrained mode. And this was also, it was also recognized that this would need to be done in a phased manner, because practically speaking, even in an unconstrained world, it'd be very, very difficult to build everything at the same time. So we have also some prioritization comments. But the comprehensive build-out plan consists of completing a band of deep dewatering wells at the toe, a band further up, hydroggers at the toe, as well as interceptor hydroggers further up. Drainage improvements are a critical component of the plan, and includes lining the canyons, Altamira Canyon, the other canyons that we discussed, as well as Klondike Canyon. And of course, another component is ongoing fissure filling. In terms of the priorities, Geologic has recommended that we install deep dewatering wells in groups of no less than 3 because we've seen through the previous installations that a grouping of at least 3 provides a significant benefit. The priority order that is recommended by Geologic starts with 14, 15, and 16. And then moves on to the others to complete the well to complete the band at the toe of the slide. And the reasoning behind the priority order. There are 3 main components. One is access. The access for the Klondike Canyon slide and the Portuguese Bend slide is much easier compared to Abalone Cove. Second, a high probability of success. We've seen the results of the deep dewatering wells in the Portuguese Bend landslide area and close to Klondike Canyon area. Our data shows that the underground conditions there are more conducive to extracting water as compared to the Abalone Cove slide, which then translates into durability. The wells in those areas are expected to last longer, which reduces the overall maintenance costs and in terms of fewer redrills. And this is also a good reminder of why we started with the first 5 deep dewatering wells at the locations that we selected. Again, those were based on access and the underground geology expected to provide significant benefits for the dollars invested. We prepared a cost estimate for this unconstrained plan, and we have prepared the estimate in different phases. The total cost of the plan is approximately $150 million. I do want to just stress that this plan is conceptual in nature, subject to change as we get more detail. And there's, as I've talked about previously, a continuous feedback cycle as we install wells, as we extract underground information. We use that as a feedback cycle to continue to make modifications to the plan. And I also want to stress how important it is if this plan moves forward for the city to coordinate very closely with the districts, with ACLAT, their geologists, as well as KCLAT and their geologists. They have very good information on their landslides that would be very important for the city to sit down with their geologists through multiple detailed technical meetings and arrive at some modifications for the proposed locations. And I also just want to take a moment to remind the City Council that in addition to the installation costs, there are operations and maintenance costs on an annual basis. For the existing dewatering program, estimated at approximately $5 million per year, and that's based on an assumed rate of redrill, which could of course change. And then there are also additional repair costs that are projected to be on an annual cycle. Primarily, the 2 big ticket items on that is the Abalone Cove sanitary sewer, not the sewer trunk line on PV Drive South, that's LA County Sanitation Districts, but the Abalone Cove sanitary sewer, expecting to spend $2 to $3 million a year, as well as PV Drive South repairs, expecting to spend $2 to $3 million per year on those as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Finance Director for a presentation on the funding.
Just 1 minute, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor via Zoom and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members, and to our residents. My presentation tonight will start with the fiscal year 23-24 as one of your staff report tonight is a year-end report. So I'll start that presentation with the beginning balance. So as of fiscal year 23-24, the estimated fund balance is approximately $102 million. Of that $102 million, $29.6 million is from the CIP fund, or 29%. General fund has $38.4 million, or 38%. Other funds at $20.8 million, or 21%. And the remaining 12% are typically prepayments and pending payments. These are services provided at June 30 and paid at a later date. Before I move on to the landslide staff, financial staff report, I wanted to give our residents and city council member some just basic information on our major funds. I'll start with the general fund. So the general fund for the city of revenues or sources, this fund here has approximately 100 line items. I provided some samples here of the major taxes that the city receives. These are sales tax, property tax, TOT, permits and program fees, and interest earnings. So again, the general fund's revenues and sources are those. And then on the other side of this chart here, or this table here, expenditures or uses, the city manages about over 900 line items. And just an overview of what those are, the general fund pays for our public safety, our emergency preparedness, our recreation and parks programs, landscaping, tree trimming, parks, streets, open space, some of our planning, community development budget, and also administration. Part of the general fund balance also includes a 50% city council reserve policy. So this 50% is based on the city's operating budget in the general fund. One of the uses also are funds that are transferred to the CIP fund. So general fund is the major funding source for CIP, and this is based on TOT taxes. Also, at the end of the year, if City Council remembers, when we have an allocated fund balance from the prior year, you also approve additional transfer to the CIP from this fund. The next major fund for the city is the CIP fund. So as I mentioned earlier, the revenues here or sources are TOT transfers from the general fund minus the public safety annual increases. As mentioned earlier, additional transfers from general fund and also interest earnings. On the right side there for expenditures and uses, the CIP fund funds for annual capital projects based on a 5-year capital program. This program for 5 years goes through the budget process, typically in April and May, through the Public Works Department and also our IMAC committee. The remaining balance in this fund is restricted for the 5-year capital program. So typically when we do the budget every year, per City Council's policy, we do a 5-year program. And then finally here, and you'll hear less of these funds tonight, and that's because other funds are typically, we have about 27 funds, and these are special revenue funds, and these are typically your gas tax, your Metro funds, ARPA, grant. We also have some interest earnings in here, and these are, in our reports are typically not presented because these are for restricted for specific purpose. On your right side there, these funds are for capital programs such as roads, parks, streets, open space, traffic control, and facility maintenance. Majority of these funds, you'll find them also in our 5-year capital program. And then finally, in other funds, such as Prop A, this also pays for our public transportation. And on the next report, I'll start with the Portuguese Bend landslide, focusing on fiscal year 24-25. So it's the start of the year, you'll see there on the first bar charts, the City Council adopted budget in 24-25 in June 2024. The budget at that time for Portuguese Bend remediation was about 4.6 million. Prior to that, and it's not part of this budget, but in May 7, the City Council also approved approximately 9.6 million for the Hydroggers project. And then moving on to October 1st, as you'll see a big jump there, the 27.3 million is a combination of the DDW program, winterization, and also continuing appropriation from the Hydroggers project that was not completed in the prior year. As the City Council know in prior reports, these funds were used for the boreholes and then also the DDW program. And then finally, on December 16, The city council approved 1.1 million of maintenance, which covers for maintenance until March 2025. After 1.1 million at the end of December 17, our approved budget is 33 million. I wanted to take a minute and provide the city council and our public the sources of funding sources for the project. So I'll start with the CIP, 11.2 million. CIP reserves on October 1st, the city council also approved to use 5 million of the city council policy reserve to use for the Portuguese Bend landslide. Additionally, 6.1 million was also approved on October 1st using general fund reserves. And the general fund also has other expenses such as legal, sheriff, and then also our tax assessment is in this 3.4 million. Other sources includes ARPA fund at 3.4 million, 2.2 million from Supervisor Hans grant, and also finally the Metro funds at 1.4 million. Just some background here, additional information on general fund and also the city's 10-year financial model. So there are three components of general fund. I'll start with the fund balance, which is the blue teal at the bottom there. Basically, what fund balance for the city is revenues minus expenditures and transfers. So after we receive all the revenues minus all the expenses and transfers, what are we left with? So that's basically the general fund's fund balance. You'll see there at the bottom, for example, for 24-25, our draft number shows that we have a 29.1 million balance. For the other component also is the 50% reserve policy, which is the orange in the bar graphs there. And then finally, the unallocated balance, which is the green, that is the balance after taking out all the 50% reserve policy. And just some notes here that I have. Prior to October 1st, our unallocated balance was at 19 million. City Council approved 6.1 from there to use for Portuguese Bend. And as I mentioned earlier, 3.4 million is for legal, sheriff, admin, and also tax assessments. I have a few slides to give the City Council a little bit more background on CIP. So prior to October 1st, and this is part of our presentation on October 1st, before adding any deep dewatering wells, winterization, and operations and maintenance, we reported to City Council on October 1st that at 24-25, we were at the end of the year, the ending balance was at 22 million. And then 25-26 at 15 million. 26-27 at 9 million, and then 10 million for the next 2 years. At that time, the city's recommendation maximum, if the city council were to approve any expenditures at that night, our recommendation was 5 million. And that's because the 5 million was going to continue to meet the reserve policy, and then also we would have some more funding in the next 5 years funded at 70%. City Council approved the 5 million on 10/1. You could see here, I wanted to show what it looks like after approving the 5 million. Basically, at the end of 5 years, we would still meet the 5 million. Having at the lowest of fiscal year 26-27, you'll see there at 7 million, but it would still be more than the 5 million of a required balance. And this slide here is to show if we, after adding the maintenance for the 11 deep dewatering wells. So this assumption here, these are not adopted. This is just for City Council's consideration tonight. Assumptions here are to defer about 5 projects or 3.9 million. Adding 2.6 maintenance in fiscal year 24-25. So on December 17, you already approved 1.1 million of that. The remaining 1.5 we're assuming is that would be for April through June. And we also added approximately 5.5 million of maintenance in fiscal year 25-26. When we put in these assumption into the model, as you could see in 26-27, assuming that we're spending all 23 million in 24-25, 21 million in 25-26, and then also 10 million in 26-27, our fund balance would drop to 2 million. And here, this slide here is just doing a side-by-side for the city council. This is the before 10-1 and then also after October 1st, and then with O&M into the model. And before I hand it to Ramsey, the city council also in our December 17 meeting asked us to bring back a list of the capital programs that could be reviewed tonight. I have a few slides here. This slide here starts with the 3.9 million that's included in our assumptions here. And that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Rams, do you have anything more?
One final comment is on the projects that we put up there for consideration. The reason that we suggested those projects is because we programmed construction funding for the current fiscal year. However, the pace of progress on these projects is such that we will not be able to be at a point where we would be ready for construction until at least next fiscal year. So this is the reason that we have listed these projects.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to add that this 3.9 million that we were able to identify comes from a list of more projects that is always available to the council to make adjustments. Additionally, based on what is really critical for the city is we've invested the 33 million, a lot of it towards the 11 deep dewatering wells. And so it is paramount that we continue to maintain those 11 and that they remain operational 24/7 indefinitely. And so the maintenance of it, as you heard, what you funded in December, 1.1 million gets you through March of this year. That's just 2 months out. So we would have to continue that to June and then the subsequent year. So we are recommending that you use this 3.9 for the maintenance of the existing 11 deep dewatering wells. In addition to that, what's not part of your recommendation is it's come to our attention because the fissures have opened up in Altamira Canyon and some of the other canyons that we've done the winterization. We're going to ask tonight if the council would be willing to fund $500,000 towards maintenance work of filling in those fissures in the canyons.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, one final comment. When I said the projects were not ready for construction, that's the first 4 projects for Altamira Canyon. That was money set aside for engineering services to support the district that did not take place because of the substantially changed conditions. So just the caveat that applied only to the first 4.
Got it. Thank you. Does that conclude the report?
Yes, that concludes the presentation this evening.
City Council, do you guys have any questions at this point? Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions?
Sorry, had to get off mute. No, not at this time. Let's do public comment.
I had a couple questions before we moved on. Just need to clarify with our GLA folks and just more for the public's edification, I'm going to ask these questions. Is the underground terrain underneath ACLAD and KCLAD different, the makeup and the geography and the terrain itself?
I'll ask Gary to expand on it. I think in short, the answer is yes.
And yeah, if you can expound on that. Good evening, how are you?
It is. It's shallower. The failure appears to be occurring on the Altamira Shale portion of the landslide, whereas over towards the east, it's occurring both on the Portuguese Bend section and on the deeper Altamira. So it's a different configuration of the failure surface.
So in terms of drilling, is it easier to drill in one hazard abatement district than the other?
I wouldn't say it's easier to drill, no.
Okay. Now, given, okay, let's say hypothetically speaking, let's say we had an unlimited amount of money, right? At this point, where would be the most effective area to drill on the western portion where we want to add more wells?
Well, I think our proposal for the Abalone Cove portion, and again, I'm gonna preface this by saying we don't have a lot of information from Abalone Cove, and before we make a final recommendation in that area, we would look forward to doing a lot of work with the Abalone Cove Landslide Abatement District consultants to basically mine the information that they have available so we can come up with the most efficient mitigation program. But I think based on the success of the eastern side in the Portuguese Bend area, we would probably start near the beach.
Okay, so
Start near the beach where we have a couple wells we put in, some productive, some not. Then we would probably move up to the northern side where there appears to be a lot of water production up in the northern part of the Abalone Cove failure.
would that be more effective to put down wells as opposed to the toe?
The toe gives you the more immediate response, at least our opinion is the toe is going to give you the immediate impact of shutting down the movement, where the upslope portion is going to prevent the water from reaching that area. So the upslope portion in my mind is a bit more of a long-term mitigation strategy, where the beach area is more of an immediate approach.
Okay, so in terms of stabilization, what is your opinion in terms of the number of wells that are needed, if you know?
Well, I think our proposal to the city in this global, I wouldn't even call it an estimate, but it's kind of, as best we know now, I think we had 3 wells down at the beach and we had a redrill of 10 of the Abalone Cove extraction wells up to the north.
Okay. Now, in terms of, so those would sit squarely in A-clad, correct, those wells?
I believe so, yes.
Ramsey?
Yes, that's
Is that correct? So that would be in their jurisdiction?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And some of those would be on potentially private property as well, where ACLAD has existing wells.
Okay. Now, is there, in terms of the cost for the city versus A-clad doing the deep dewatering well drilling, is there a significant difference between if they were to take on a project to do DDWs as opposed to us?
I think it would be much less costly for ACLAD to do the drilling for a variety of reasons. There are certain requirements that we must abide by that don't necessarily apply to ACLAD. So I think that it would be cheaper for ACLAD to do those.
Okay, so would you say that they're more streamlined in terms of getting a well into the ground at a cheaper cost than the city?
I'd say they can do it at a cheaper cost than the city.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, guys. Councilman Lewis, Councilman Peristam, any questions?
I'll wait till after the public hearing. Thank you.
Yep. No other questions. Let's get public comment now.
Okay. Our first speaker is Mickey Rodich, followed by Patty Perkinson.
How many altogether?
Hey, Mickey.
Hi, thank you, City Council and staff. I'd like to talk about an anatomy of a landslide. I think RPV needs a second opinion and needs one shortly. I've sent you a lengthy email titled Anatomy of a Landslide that lists all correspondence that I had with people from the University of Arizona and the people from Pitot Associates, where they made recommendations. That whole list of about 18 to 20 conversations shows recommendations that they made over the years, going back 3 years ago, that if we're implemented would maybe put us in a little different position than we're in now. And these list their recommendations, and I think we need second opinions by geohydrologists who specialize in landslides like ours. Landslides are made because of water. And these people have been studying landslides for years, and the people from Pitot have been dealing with landslides all over the world that are very similar to ours. All of our RPV consultants are geologists. They hire geotechnical engineers, which just adds cost to our city. And they operate by trial and error. listening to their conversations, they really don't know anything. They don't think anything. Well, I think we should try to drill 11 wells here and 11 wells there. There's no plan. That's plan A. Everything we've done is plan A. We need a plan B. We need a plan C. We got a plan for the future. This slide is going to last in perpetuity, and we better be prepared accordingly. Has anybody compared our landslide to the one in Malibu? Malibu has a landslide that's been going on for a number of years, less than 100 acres. In that slide, they presently have 14 dewatering wells, 7 what they call standpipes where they do monitoring, and 19 hydroaugers, and a couple of inclinometers. Our slide covers 650 acres, which is going to be a lot more than that. Our city that they said that they've stopped the landslide in Seaview and PBC, they haven't really. Horizontally, yes. Vertically, no. With all the water we're removing, the land is settling, and the homes and the beach club are still moving down, and they are damaging. So and I think, anyway, in summary, I think we should hire a second opinion. $140 million cost in our staff report is a lot of money, and I think we should look into it a lot further than what we are.
Thanks, Vicki.
Our next speaker is Patty Perkinson, followed by Marianne Hunter.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, now I'm totally confused with all your numbers. I haven't. All I can say is what I've seen, and that's the deep dewatering wells have been working, and in Seaview, we've come to a slowdown and we've stopped. And then we really need to help ACLAD over there, because if we don't, we're going to have a lot of problems on the hill with the city, because the sewer is going to come apart right there where we're having problems. And it's not only going to affect the residents in ACLAD and Seaview, the landslide people, it's going to affect the whole city with the sewer break-ins. So we really need to focus a little bit more on ACLAD and try to stabilize the land over there, and at least give that a nice shot, because we've had some great success right now and we can't stop right now. Otherwise, we're all going to be beachfront property soon. So thank you very much. And thanks for confusing me with all your numbers.
Thanks, Patty.
Our next speaker is Marianne Hunter, followed by Sherry Hastings.
Hi, you all. Thank you very much for your service. I really appreciate it. I just have a few very brief things to say. First, I know that the money's a big issue, and that you are looking at budgets and you are thinking about that. And I want to remind you that you have a responsibility to the citizens of the city to make sure that the city remains on land rather than in the sea. So when you have an emergency, a lot of things need to be considered besides the fact that we would like to have more money in the bank. Emergencies count. The other thing I wanted to bring up is about SCE coming back and the cost of running the wells. If we put in solar, not necessarily at the wells, but if we put in solar that we can sell power back to SCE, that perhaps that would mitigate the cost of running the wells as a plug-in well off SCE. Anyway, it's just an idea, and looking for ways to save money on taking care of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sherry Hastings, followed by Dave Chura.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say this landslide damage we're seeing isn't an act of God solely. It's partly an act of greed. The city of Rancho Palos Verdes approved storm drains that ran directly into Apolloni Cove for hundreds of houses and miles of roads, directly into the landslide. right into those fissures that you see on Altamira Canyon, probably opened those fissures up. That was done in the 80s. We hadn't had a 50-year storm. The city was advised at that time not to allow water to run into Altamira Canyon. Geologists, you guys have studied this thing to death. Geologists recommended not allowing water to run into Altamira Canyon. Instead, our city signed off. You can go to the Department of Water and Power for LA, see where our city signed off on those storm drains for hundreds of houses up on Crest Road, Island View, and all that to run right into Altamira Canyon. The city then fined the developer $100,000, SNS Development, fined them $100,000, which they paid, and the city took that $100,000 and didn't use it to fix Altamira Canyon. So you guys contributed a great deal to this problem. Every geologist since the 60s has said not to let water into Altamira Canyon. Our city let it in there. I believe that you have a moral and probably a legal obligation to fix this. I used to have a bumper sticker on my car that said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. If you think not fixing this landslide is expensive, or if you think fixing this is expensive, try not fixing it. It's going to be a lot more expensive if you don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Our next speaker is Dave Chura, followed by Frank. Yes, Dave Chura, followed by Frank Costello.
Hey, Dave.
Hello, and it's great to see new faces at our city council. I'd like to direct my comments to this plan right here, to the longstanding plan. I know it's in the early stages, but I have a few comments I think that would help us try to get to the goal we're at. The first one is, to be honest, I find the study to be not credible at all because it misses the objective that we have here, which is in the longstanding objective. We need to be able to survive a great rainfall. Any plan that does not include a consideration of what the rainfall is not a plan that will achieve the objective. We've been in a drought conditions for so long. Most of the information in this study is related to being in a drought for so long. The rains of 2023 and 2024 brought almost a billion gallons of water down each year. Not all of it went in the ground, but that is the type of numbers we're talking about here that we need to mitigate. Secondly, the study indicates almost no unknowns. Now, this is impossible at this point in time. There is so much things unknown. I don't buy the idea that we'll figure it out as we go. I would not spend $150 million figuring out as we go. We need to have upfront and significant measurements around subterranean structures and such. We don't want to repeat the mistake we made with the emergency hydroaugers, where we spent 15 months waiting to do our first underground studies. And once when we did that, it changed everything dramatically, and everything we're doing today with deep dewatering wells came from those one measurements. Now, secondly, the deep dewatering wells, I'd like to say we can attribute all of the land subsidence to that, but I'm not sure that the data actually really supports that. It's true it has subsided, but we've been in a drought for a long time. And frankly, our selection of locations for deep dewatering wells is, I don't know what the right word, auspicious. At least half of them are very low in capacity. And it highlights the fact that where these deep dewatering wells or any wells go is incredibly important. The deep dewatering wells go from 5 gallons per minute to 110 gallons per minute. The two wells at K-Clad are running at about 200 gallons per minute each. Those two wells at K-Clad are producing 50% of the water that all 11 deep dewatering wells are at probably 1/5 to 1/10 the cost. Now, I'm not saying that for the cost. I'm saying that because the choice of locations is paramount to figuring out how to solve this problem. So in summary, I'd say my overall suggestion is let's stop asking experts to find solutions. Let's build a strategy where we can start to figure out what we need to know to solve the problem. We need to acknowledge the fact that there are many unknowns and find ways to mitigate those unknowns in advance. We need to take every element that we put in a chart like this and have a rationalization that identifies why it's there, what it's there for, what its contribution to the solution is. And finally, we need to set our objective to say success means being able to withstand a rainstorm like we had in 2024 or 2023. That involves analyzing the inflow. And that's my final word.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Frank Kostrencic, sorry, followed by Ava Abua.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks, Council. First off, I'd like to start by saying thank you for your efforts with the winterization. My house sits in the middle of Seaview, right in the middle of all the movement, and the last 3 months have been very pleasant that we haven't moved. And I think the efforts that you guys have made have contributed to that. With that being said, I think we can all see that there's a direct correlation between the water removal and the lack of movement. We've known this problem has existed for how long. I've seen reports from the 80s, and what it shows is that we failed to spend the money on the maintenance of the area that could have sustained us in a better situation. Instead, we got into a fire drill at the last minute because of all the movement. I encourage you to continue to maintain the current existing wells that you guys have drilled. I believe that if we can put some more in and stabilize a little bit more, that some of your maintenance costs on the road and other infrastructure will go down. And so it's not all money badly spent, but I think, as Dave just said, it should be wisely spent and we can help everyone in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next speaker. Our next speaker is Ava Albuja, followed by Joe Cruz.
Good evening, Ava.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and City Council and staff. Thank you for all the work you've done so far. But this report that we just saw is really top heavy. Talking about $40 million in hydroggers. We're kind of exploring territory that we already have seen has not worked. I've been with the landslide since '78. The D wells worked. As soon as you put them in place, we saw great results in Seaview. And we are now with wires and getting electricity energized in Seaview, which is great, but not everybody has energy right now. And the goal is to get everybody with energy and getting back to their homes and getting this fixed. And this report of expenses is way out of control. We need to stay with the simple route that works in the 80s and it worked today is the wells. If you want to start going to hydroggers, you need more data to support that, but we have not seen any great results with that. And again, we need to help our families here. Our community is suffering. We have so many homes are red tagged and we spent 54 years non-investing in the landslide. All we have invested was on PV Drive South. We cannot call the expenses spent on PV Drive South as landslide improvements. That is just a road. We need to improve our revenue. We need to tax more. We need to raise the taxes for the Terranea and other businesses. We need to put taxes towards all the residents in our PB, just like we do with school taxes. Everybody uses this road. Everybody capitalizes off the PV Drive South, and that's about to collapse. We need our road. We need more wells. We need this fixed, and we need to keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava.
Our next speaker is Joe Cruz, followed by Rob Counts.
Good evening.
Evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Just wanted to say, I've read through the reports, I've read through the finances. It is difficult to fund all of this, but I do want to say up front, I fully support funding the dewatering wells at this time. The difference that it's made in the Seaview area is incredible. I think that not funding it, as we've seen in the last nearly a month, we're talking about fissures continuing to open at a cost of almost $500,000 to continue to maintain. We're also talking about
My understanding was when some of that equipment was removed, it would cost a couple $100,000 more. So that's $700,000, I think, that could have been invested in the deep dewatering wells. That said, looking at how is it that we can fund all of this? Not only in the near term, but in the long term. I looked at the finances and the estimates, and I do agree that having a point estimate the way that it was done is insufficient. We need to have a range of what the costs are. I do agree that over time, we're going to learn more and have to invest more. But the issue is, if we keep on just studying this, it's just going to keep on, the land's going to keep on shearing and falling apart. We need to take action. We need to take action now. We know that the dewatering wells work, and we need to do that now. In terms of funding, I appreciate that the city has looked at the capital improvement projects. I fully support postponing some of those. I think there's other opportunities. For example, there's a parking system that was put up at Del Cerro during COVID when everything was overwhelming. There might be a cheaper way of doing that now. Like, it might be okay to just say limit parking to 2 hours, maybe close off some of the parking spots, you know, and looking at whether that's actually self-funding the parking. There's other programs where we can look for the money. I think more importantly, recently, as we discussed earlier, the big wildfires that hit in the area, that means there's going to be more FEMA funding and other federal funding that's going to be coming in. My understanding from listening to the news and all the congressional reports is at this time, that's going to be tied to the debt ceiling battle that's going to be happening very shortly. The president's coming in on Friday, I believe, to look at the area. And I think this is actually a renewed opportunity for the city, maybe with some additional help, to actually make another push to include the money that we need for this larger program and larger plan, whether it's 146, a little bit more, or whatever the range might be, and actually have that included as part of what's improved and negotiated as part of the debt ceiling battle. So I think that the time is now. The time to approach the Hill and Congress is now. And let's try to get that renewed effort again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Couts. Followed by Noel Park.
Hey, Rob.
Good evening, City Council, staff. My name is Rob Couts, an RPV resident and property owner. And I'm taking a longer view. I mean, I've talked to over 45 people. I came in December and introduced the idea of a joint powers authority. My feeling is that the scope of what the staff presented is in the right neighborhood. If you'd spoken to me in the last 4 or 5 months, and I've been saying 125 to 200 million is what outsiders who apply some of the analysis looking at other landslides and the amount of assets and resources and maintenance required. So I think I really commend the staff and the consultants for putting this out there, because it's not popular. It's not popular to put this kind of number out there, but I really believe it's realistic. And I believe in order to fund it, we have to start thinking beyond RPV. We have to be thinking about new revenues. And when it comes to outside sources, government and municipal bondholders and people like that putting in this kind of money, there are 4 things I mentioned in December I just wanted to reemphasize tonight. One is you have to have a unified management solution and accountable authority. These discussions about A-clad versus K-clad, this city, you know, there needs to be, and that's one of the primary purpose of forming a joint powers authority. Now, there's one authority can assure, you know, municipal bonds and other things. Second is this clearly explained long-term solution. So at least we got to start. I think that some of the comments made tonight, it reflects that there are deeply held beliefs out there that there is no solution. Is Mother Nature, Rob, forget about it. There's no solution. I don't believe that, but we have to be prepared to clearly explain what the solution is and how it works. Third, there has to be fair cost sharing. People have to look in everybody else's lunch pail and feel like it's fair. People who drive on the road have to be contributing. The businesses benefiting from PV Drive South, the residents who are directly benefiting. And look, the rest of the peninsula, all of our real estate values are suffering. I believe it's a peninsula-wide problem, but there needs to be a fair, if we set that up and work on it, then you can talk to the county and the state and reopen conversations based on a credible plan, fair cost sharing, a unified solution, and a fully financed plan in perpetuity. You really have to be realistic. So when we go out and talk next time to the county or the state, we're fully financed. We're going to complete all the system as quickly as possible. And I'm not an expert on that, has it done, but we're going to complete the whole system and we're going to maintain it in perpetuity. And that's my message. And that's where I think we'll be. I hope that the government will just write us $150 million check and I could go home and do something else. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker,
Thank you very much.
our next speaker is Noel Park, followed by Gordon Leon.
Well, I got up, so that's the #1 achievement. I want to say that I was at the meeting in December, and the Mayor Bradley, I thought, made a succinct and effective summation of the situation. I'm speaking now to the agenda item of tonight, which is to appropriate X millions of dollars for 1, 2, 3, or many additional wells. And you know, he basically, in my view, said that in the face of this giant situation and in the uncertainty that Mr. Chura pointed out, drilling 3 more wells is a crapshoot that may or may not bring very much benefit. In my so-called business career, when things were going sideways, somebody in the back would always pipe up and say, let's do something, even if it's wrong. And you know, lots of times the outcome's not so good. So I also want to compliment our 2 new council members for voting with the mayor on that motion the last time. And because I thought it was, with all due respect to Mr. Sal, who I really like, it's kind of a let's do something, even if it's wrong approach, in my opinion. I would also like to point out Mr. Moranian's comments in this morning's Daily Breeze around fiscal responsibility and sustainability, which I actually found to be quite impressive. And if you haven't seen it, you should take a look at it. And if you have, I think it was an important statement that he made. And as to the $150 million, previous speaker alluded to the Big Rock Mesa landslide, which Mr. Couts has talked about many times and projected out on the basis of the acreage and the number of wells and so forth, what it would take here. And it comes up to $150 million, right? So we have a giant challenge ahead of us. The city can't fund that now or ever. And so Mr. Couts has done a back-breaking effort coming up with this concept of the Joint Powers Authority, which is the only thing that I have seen from anybody which has a potential to raise that kind of money. And is it hard to do? Yeah, it sure is. Some people will say it's impossible, but it's the only possibility I see right now. So I've as I said to the Director of Public Works, I wish that you would bring Mr. Couts into this process and take everything of value you can find in the work he's done, which is substantial, and I think it's a direction for us to go. And finally, if you look at the map of the land movement, there's considerable land movement in the upper reaches of the slide going up towards Del Cerro area, and which shows that we need more wells uphill, which are part of the $150 million estimate. And we can, if it slows down at the toe, but the top's still pushing down, the end result can't be good. So I think the number makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Noel.
Our next speaker is Gordon Leon, followed by Ben Sask.
Hey,
Good
Gordon.
evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Don't think I can come from the heights of the Joint Powers Authority, which I think is probably is a good end solution. But from the level of the trenches, let me tell you, I think that more deep dewatering wells closer in the Abalone Cove area is a good idea. And the density ought to be similar to the density over in the Portuguese Bend slide. That's my suggestion. I have a question. Right now, we have $1.6 million earmarked as a loan to ACLAD, of which the city is a 60% funder of ACLAD, so you guys pay 60 cents on every dollar. My question is, should that be released? In ACLAD, we've been conservative in terms of dipping into that loan because our geologist said, get your wells running. Don't worry about drilling new wells at this point in time. It's better to get your wells running, and that's what we've been focusing on. We've got 11 wells up and running on generators with about 15 volunteers that go every morning and every night and power the generators up and turn them off. And the generators will provided this by the city. So we've got about 100,000 gallons a day going out of our wells. But I think putting in these deep dewatering wells is over on the Abalone Cove slide will in fact have the chance of repeating what has happened over on the Portuguese Bend and the Klondike side. And so I would recommend that we actually go and do the 3 additional wells on that side. And my question that I will engage with staff on is how we should handle the 1.6 million loan and whether that's better spent on deep dewatering wells or given back to the city, or having ACLAD be the city's well driller, if you will, because we in fact can do it for less money than the city can. And we've got the track record to show it. But that's the question I pose. And if there's any questions, be happy to.
Not at this time.
Very good.
Thanks, Gordon.
Our next speaker is Ben Zask.
Ben Zask, followed by Nikki Nushkam.
Well, you were right. I did get my answer. Yeah, after 68 years, the original Crenshaw extension that destroyed those 3 canyons and the water going into the head of the slide instead of to the ocean will continue doing that. And by that, the land is moving, but the GIS lines are not moving, and we're still going to get, whose trees are those? Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Our next speaker is Nikki Nushkam.
Hey, Nikki.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and the city staff. So I think Gordon kind of stole my thunder, but I very much agree with what Gordon had mentioned and some of the recommendations that were discussed already, which is we are seeing that the deep dewatering wells at the toe of the slide are having an effect. And if we extend that to the western portion of the slide, as Gordon stated, having a better balance in terms of number of deep dewatering wells on that side, I believe there will be good benefits in slowing down the western portion of the slide and bring it from moving 3 to 5 inches per week to much lower numbers. I would like for the council to consider kind of bifurcating this problem a little bit. We have what I like to call a acute problem, and the acute problem being that the land, it's still on the western portion is moving about 3 to 5 inches a week, and a chronic problem, which is how do we get this under control for long term? You have to, for the acute part of the problem, in my opinion, go after the lowest bang for the buck which is drilling the deep dewatering wells. If ACLAT can do them cheaper, I mean, whoever can do them cheaper, it makes sense. And then revisit and polish the solution for the longer term problem, the chronic problem, and try to address that in the subsequent phases. I believe this is not a problem overall that we can neglect. We cannot neglect this because it impacts not only those who are in the landslide, as Mr. Couch mentioned, and also others. It impacts everybody that drives on PV Drive South. That sewer line that services many. I mean, if you have driven by it, now you see that the county sanitation has placed 2 lines next to each other. That is part of a redundancy that they have probably thought about and put in place. But I'm telling you, land moves when it moves, and putting 2 lines next to each other will buy you some time, but it will not buy you a whole heck of a lot of time. And we're going to find ourselves in a situation that would not be pleasant. So let's look at the problem in a way that it can be immediate issues versus a more longer term issues, and at least try to come up with an answer tonight for something more immediate and further address the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Next speaker is via Zoom, Jeremy Davies.
Next speaker on Zoom.
Hello?
We hear you.
It's hard to hear the names out here. Somebody may not be hearing.
Yeah.
Can you speak up there?
Jeremy Davis speaking here. Can you hear?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, good evening. On November 22nd, I sent the Council an email regarding landslide remediation and the inequality of investment to protect the homeowners in Abalone Cove versus the level of investment you've made in Seaview and the Bend Club. The history of Altamira Canyon and recommendations by geologists and engineers to fill fissures and line the canyon goes back to at least 1957 and is well documented. Council after council pushed any meaningful action down the road, and that largely continues to this day. For example, the Portuguese Bend Complex project for funding some $36 million for hydrologies ignored Abalone Cove. And now the allocation of deep well funding is being questioned by certain for Abalone Cove, even though these deep wells have been successful in reducing and stopping movement in Seaview and the Bend Club. Furthermore, 2 geologists at the December 16 meeting, when asked, stated that in their opinion, by adding more deep water wells to the Abalone Cove area would likely result in the same results as those achieved in the Seaview area. At the December 16, 2024 council meeting, Council Member Seo made very constructive arguments for additional funding for more wells for Abalone Cove. Jerry Duhovich, president of the Seaview Residents Association, eloquently pointed out that the continuing movement in Abalone Cove potentially puts at threat the advances made in the Seaview area. While there are many other projects in the city, including taking council and staff on a trip to Japan, there must be no higher priority and responsibility than ensuring additional funding is found for more deep water wells for Abalone Cove. You cannot compare equality for other projects with the saving of homeowners' lives, properties, and in many cases, lifelong savings. Frankly, this council has a moral responsibility. I beseech you, no more kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Yeah, the next speaker.
Mayor Pro Tem, we had a final speaker, but they appear to have dropped off of Zoom.
Okay. If that person jumps back on, we'll take their comment. Okay, we'll move into council deliberation. Mr. Mayor, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I have a couple questions of staff. before we go into deliberations, Mayor Pro Tem. Ara, we're going back and forth, and I have a couple. What is the obligation of the landslide abatement districts? Certainly, as we're talking about the moving or the potential additional deep dewatering wells in the ACLAD, I believe, area, what is the responsibility of the abatement districts, both KCLAD as well as ACLAD?
Yeah, the ACLAD and KCLAD were formed as geologic hazard abatement districts, and they have a plan of control, and the plan of control is to assess the property owners within the district to collect revenue so that they can implement mitigation measures to remediate the landslide, which includes surface water as well as groundwater extraction. So it is in their jurisdictional responsibility. That's why a geologic hazard abatement district was created by state legislation in 1980.
And the city, let me just make sure I have it. The city is because we are a majority landowner within the, let's talk ACLAD first, within the Abalone Cove Landslide Abatement District. We do take on a financial support of that as well, because we are the majority landowner within that district. Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, when the geologic hazard, when ACLAD and KCLAD were both formed, the city didn't own property in those two areas in 1980 and 1981, except for the roadway. And there were formulas that addressed the city's share in the assessments. And over the years, the city acquired property, especially through the acquisition for land in the preserve. It started in 1996 with Forestall over in the Klondike area. And then some of the property acquisition in 2004 in the Abalone Cove area. Ultimately, the city now is we own most of the land. So we pay, as Gordon Leon indicated, we pay about 60% of the assessments. And so when the assessments go up, the city pays more. In fact, this year, I believe the assessments in both districts went up. And in combination between KCLAD and ACLAD, we ended up paying approximately $600,000. And that's just our assessment.
Okay. The other question I have for staff and Ara or Ramsey, the statement was made that ACLAD could drill a deep dewatering well cheaper or better value than the city could drill that deep dewatering well, or has been doing it in the past. Why is that? What special provision does the hazard abatement districts have that the city doesn't have? Or what requirements does the city have, conversely, that ACLAD or KCLAD doesn't have?
Mr. Mayor, by virtue of the districts being classified, and I'm not going to get the term right, but they essentially have, similar to what our emergency abilities. So therefore, there are certain requirements that they don't have to abide by, certain contracting requirements, things like that reduce their costs. Yeah, like, for example, because they were identified by the state as a geologic hazard abatement, all geologic hazard abatement districts in California are exempt from certain requirements such as environmental CEQA. They're not subject to CEQA. They don't need to go through that process. The city, when we were doing drilling, we had to hire subject matter experts to watch to make sure we were not disrupting environmental areas such as biological resources. We spent a lot of money. So every time we do a drill, the city is obligated to do that by state law, where the district is not. The district isn't subject to the prevailing wages like the city is. So all those costs add up to the city, but don't apply.
Let me add the prevailing wage requirement. Is that because it's a hazard abatement district and the prevailing wage has been waived from for them?
That is my understanding, because they have to respond immediately. They don't have to go through the same procurement and contracting, and they may not be subject to the prevailing wages.
And by declaring an emergency and emergency action by the city, we don't get those same benefits?
Not all the same benefits, but as you know, when the governor declared a state of emergency for the city, the state of emergency that he declared wasn't financial. It was actually waiving or suspending some of the environmental laws. So we were able to act on some of those as well.
Okay. So if the ACLAD went out and increased the scope of what they were doing for Abalone Cove, and wanted to use the currently available loan of 1.6 million to drill a deep dewatering well using the current contractor we've been using, they could go off and do that themselves. Is that true?
They could, or they could select a different contractor that they of their choosing.
Okay. And that would be within their current responsibility and span of control, correct? I mean, there is nothing saying that the landslide abatement districts cannot drill additional wells under their own authorities. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you look at the comprehensive build out plan that Geologic prepared, when I look at it, it looks like they're not even proposing any deep dewatering wells on the seaward side of PV Drive South. What they're showing are red circles in the Abalone Cove area, and I believe that's to re-drill the existing Abalone Cove wells as deep dewatering wells. And so that's in the jurisdictional boundaries of ACLAD. And
right now, I would imagine, and I'm just guessing, that KCLAD and ACLAD haven't bought in or been fully. They've seen our total comprehensive build out plan, but their geologists and their boards have not completely bought into this overall plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I stress that this is a conceptual plan, and in the staff report, we stressed the need for technical discussions with the geologists for both ACLAD and KCLAD to further refine that plan.
Oh, absolutely, Ramsey. I mean, this is exactly what we, the council, had asked you to bring back to us is, I mean, we've been talking different pieces and parts of this, but this is the first time we've ever laid out what we believe would be a long-term, multi-phase, multi-jurisdiction way of looking at the landslide complex holistically and trying to get our arms around it long-term. Also, this is going to be much easier for us to explain to our county, state, and federal partners on how we would go about doing this. And of course, things change on site. This is the best plan we have today with the best information we have. I know Mr. Chura thinks that we need to have additional analysis. And while I think that is absolutely true, I think additional analysis in conjunction with action is probably the most prudent thing to do. So I think we continue to do that.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think an important point you may want to know is that what we're not showing on this plan is the other data that we need to collect. We're not showing that we are recommending, or GLA is recommending, a number of additional test boreholes and other data collection. We're not showing that on the plan here. Our intent is to show what the full build out looks like, but it would absolutely be certainly necessary to collect additional data as we progress this plan.
And Ramsey, I think GLA is also looking at additional technical means of trying to characterize the underlying geology throughout without even having to do physical boreholes, using potentially other scientific methods such as ground penetrating sonar and or things like that. Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually looking at those at Mr. Dave Chura's suggestion and with some information that he supplied me.
Okay. And when do you think you're going to have some idea of how to be able, if we could figure out a way of coming up with a higher detailed resolution of the currently existing topology underground down to the multiple slip planes that we've currently identified?
My hope is to have a basic proposal or conceptual proposal of how to move forward within the next few weeks.
Okay. That, of course, would be very helpful. And that would include an estimation of or trying to quantify the amount of trapped water within the entire complex, where it exists, and kind of the structure that it's currently sitting in. Is that correct as well?
What I've read about the technology is that that would be the expected outcome of applying those methodologies. Okay. And not only the amount of water, but how the water moves underground and some more specifics.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Ramsey, Vina, just want to compliment you on doing exactly what the council had asked. We asked you to come together with the comprehensive plan, looking at things that we could defer, looking at different, the entire plan holistically, and give us a shot of where we have what we've spent to date. And I think we all can agree that the city, are in this with our residents, and stabilizing PV Drive South for the city is a paramount concern for all of us, and we're all in this together. And I don't think anybody will disagree that deep dewatering wells are a good idea. More is, of course, better. The question I have, and I still am struggling with, is if we do fund the relocation of deep dewatering wells from the east side over to the west side, and allocate, round numbers, another $5 million to do that, is that $5 million going to be a good value? And will that be an appreciative stabilization over on the west side? Or is that just something that we're going to do to make us feel good that we've done something, and that we'd be potentially taking infrastructure away from the east side that's being has shown to be very effective to date? I think tonight we absolutely have to fund the O&M for the rest of this fiscal year, have to continue to fund the filling in of the fissures as an emergency measure to help stabilize the things that we've already done for the winterization. My only question, and I still am concerned about relocating deep dewatering wells and spending significant additional funds putting in those wells, and if 3 wells in the west would actually do anything substantive. So I don't know if Geologic can speak to what would be the quantifiable benefit for spending an additional $5 million to relocate 3 of the less productive deep dewatering wells on the east side, and relocate those wells over into Abalone Cove on the west side.
Well, if I might respond to that and just clarify the record a little bit to some of the comments made prior. This is not a shotgun blast at, here's 27 places to drop a well in the ground. They're actually thought out as best we can. There are access issues, obviously, that limit the locations we can put wells in the ground. There's environmental issues that limit where we can go. There's city boundary issues where we're trying to keep the wells inside the city's property areas and not inside ACLAD or KCLAD footprint. So we are trying to design the system appropriately. As was mentioned, though, and as Ara said, as Ramsey said, we did propose a significant investigation as a part of the implementation. One of the things to recognize, though, is when the landslide was moving at 40 to 50 feet per year, you don't have a lot of time to do a lot of study. I mean, you have to take an action, and that's why those initial deep dewatering wells went so quickly. Try to get them in the ground and get it slowed down. We've now gotten it slowed down to the point where we can do a little more investigation and a little more critical analysis of the best points to put in the next series of wells. The idea of the wells along the Palos Verdes South is that that's where we get the best bang for the buck on immediate impact, where we get, when you drop the pore pressures below the landslide, the load for that mass drops directly onto the slip surface and you increase the frictional resistance. So that's an immediate impact. The idea was then to go to the next phase, which is to do the wells up to the north end near the headscarp of the landslide, where we know we've got tremendous amounts of water up there. The piezometers and other information we got is we've got up to 400 feet of water almost to the ground surface. In fact, one of the piezometers we have up near the headscarp is artesian, which means the water is under enough pressure to come straight out of the pipe. And it's been running at that rate for about 2 months. So there's a tremendous amount of driving water up there. So
which location is that at?
That was up near, yeah, roughly where Ramsey's pointing there.
Okay, thank you, Ramsey.
So that's the idea of those wells up there, is we know we have a great deal of water, but that's more, in our mind, that's more source water, right? That feeds that buoyant pressure down at the toe of the landfill. We want to get it out of there, but right now we got to get the toe landed, and then we go after the source water upstream. The other comment that was known or was made is with regard to preventing the problem, and that's the idea of the surface drainage improvements. So as a part of the plan that Ramsey put out there, we recommended as a later phase, once we've slowed this down to a manageable level, we can look at permanent infrastructure in those drainage channels to carry that surface water from above the headscarp across the landslide and down to the ocean without infiltrating into the footprint. So it is a thought out strategy of phasing the investigation and implementation to accomplish the work at what we think is a fairly efficient means.
So if we were trying to triage things, which of course we are, because we only have so much funds that we can allocate or can continue, and I think I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to ask the question anyways, is making some of the emergency winterization things that is pretty temporary, more permanent, and using the funds to permanently line the canyons, whether it be Klondike Canyon, Ishibashi, whichever canyon we're talking about. Would that be better use of resources to make those things more resilient, and the winterization, and try to continue or to make a concerted effort to make the water conveyance better than relocating 3 wells?
That's a fair question. The concern we have, though, is with the rate of movement. If you put more permanent infrastructure in, you're going to lose it over time. The maintenance and the replacement costs are probably more than the interim temporary mitigation costs. I mean, these are moving. You can see even, well, that's a good picture right there. So you can see those cracks opening up under the existing membrane liner system. So if you had a permanent rigid structure there, you probably would have lost it already.
Yeah, or we would be patching concrete as opposed to patching. I don't know what the material of the pond liner is. I was going to say visqueen, but it's not visqueen.
No, but if you look at that distress you're seeing there, and you look at the types of grobens we had out there 2 months ago that we just filled in, they're 20 feet wide, 30 feet deep. I mean, those are huge structural impacts on any permanent improvements. So the idea is to get it slowed down enough that we can get those drainage improvements in without a lot of residual distress.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions as staff, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. When we get done with our deliberation, I certainly think that making a motion for at least 3 things, I think, will be relatively easy. Receive and file the current plan, receive and file the financial assessment of where we are, and then which isn't in the staff recommendation, is add additional $2 million to the 24-25 budget or allocated budget for O&M of the from now to the end of the fiscal year, as well as adding the $500,000 that the was asked for to help fill in those fissures that have shown up. I think we absolutely have to continue to fund the maintenance of everything that we've done. The idea that we wouldn't fund what we've already done to make sure that it's as effective as possible, I think would be certainly a not a well thought out plan. So I think we have to continue to fund that. Now, those funding of the O&M of everything we've done so far and the addition of was it $5 or $5.5 million for, I think it's 5.5 for next year. That's going to be long-term funding that we're going to have to allocate, year in, year out, which is going to be a huge drain on the CIP funds, but it's something that I think we absolutely have to do. With that, I'll let other deliberations, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Ferraro, do you have any statements?
I have a couple questions about page 4 in the report. There's a chart there for the, I guess, various borings, and some of them don't look like they've yielded very much water at all. Are we going to move those?
So Councilmember, there are, I think, 3 wells that we look at, 3 DWs that aren't as productive as the others. I'll start with number 11, which although it has a low rate of production because of the challenges with access and archaeological constraints in that general vicinity, we do recommend continuing to operate that well because it is still relieving a little bit of pressure and it's helpful there. Then I'll go to number 8. The production in number 8 is lower at this time, but the geologists do recommend redrilling that well. Number 7, however, has not been a great producer and it's not recommended to be redrilled.
Okay, it looks like to me number 8 is yielding 27, what is that, gallons per minute?
It's about 40 gallons per minute.
Okay,
And
so were
27
you
acre
talking
feet.
about number 9, which is yielding 2?
Well, number 9 was decommissioned and replaced with 9A.
Oh, I see. So now 9A is yielding 15.
9A has yielded 15 acre feet in total.
In total, but not on a continuing basis?
It's yielding 65 gallons per minute on a continuous basis, and I'd have to do the calculation to convert that to acre feet.
Okay, so what's the bottom line that you're asking for right now? Is it the additional, do we need additional data, or do you want to fund certain amount of this and then hope we can come up with more funds?
For this evening's presentation, we were responding to the city council and providing the information requested, the full build-out plan, as well as projects that could be deferred to free up some funding. In addition, we thought it would be important to point out how we would prioritize a full build-out plan in the case that the city council wanted to provide some funding. And I also thought it would be important with what we've seen over the past couple of weeks in terms of the winterization maintenance that's needed to make the city council aware of that need and a rough estimate for that cost.
Okay, so then I guess I have a question for the mayor. I didn't quite understand. Are you recommending adopting part of this possible plan or not? Or just adopting the plan but not appropriating the money for it?
So, Councilman Ferraro, what I would be proposing, and I'll make motion to this later, but to receive and file the plan as that has been presented. And there's no funding associated with that. Receive and file the financial status of where we have spent the money to date, how we've spent the $33 million to date of all of the effects of the landslide, both PV Drive South repairs, as well as deep dewatering wells, the entire thing. Then also add a funding of adding an additional $2 million of appropriations to continue the O&M through the rest of this year for the infrastructure we currently have. That's about 1.3 million for the rest of the year, and then an additional 500,000 for fissure filling, which is the phase 0 in the staff report, which is filling in the fissures that have opened up in the last 60 days, Ramsey?
Like the ones in the picture.
The ones in the picture, absolutely, ma'am. Or madam, sorry.
It's all right. Okay.
So I think the one thing that we the five of us need to decide is there is an opportunity to relocate 3 of the deep dewatering wells that are lower producing and relocate them over into Abalone Cove, and to see if that would help mitigate the movement on the west side. That I believe is roughly an additional $5 million of non-recurring to relocate. The upside of that is, of the relocating of wells, is the recurring operation and maintenance would be the same on average, because we'd still be operating the same 11 deep dewatering wells at the end of the day. So we wouldn't be adding additional deep dewatering wells. We'd just be abandoning 3 on the eastern side and moving those to the west side.
To the west side. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, and Mr. Mayor, if I can just add, that's one option for the council to consider. The other option is you could, but this would increase the O&M, is add more additional dewatering wells. A question that I would recommend you ask our geotechnical engineers is, do they see a value in relocating any of the 11 to a different location? That would keep your O&M neutral, or you can consider adding more wells in other areas as shown in this comprehensive build out plan. So there's a few options and scenarios that the council could consider.
But
so what you're saying, Ara, we can spend as much money as we possibly want.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, it seemed to me like they were saying that adding new wells right now would not necessarily be what we should do. But it seems like moving those.
Yes.
Now I lost my train of thought. You scared me, ladies. The 2 that are not producing, that we're gonna move, that, so, but I don't know that are you recommending that we add more wells?
So the staff recommendation isn't defining what the council should do. We're presenting you the information to decide whether you want to add new wells, so increase from 11 to X number, or look at relocating existing wells so you don't do more than 11, so you keep your O&M. So these are some of the options that the council can consider, and then asking our geotechnical engineers like where they think the optimal location, where they can, if you want to put more wells or relocate wells, where that should go to get the best bang for your buck. Where do they think is the optimal location? And this conceptual plan is to give you an idea. The the way I'm reading this plan and based on the legend is the X's are the wells, the 11 dewatering wells that are in place. Those yellow X's are the existing dewatering wells. The stars that you see in yellow are what they are suggesting could be additional 12, I believe it's 11 additional dewatering wells. And if you can see, the majority of them are east of Sacred Cove, essentially in the Archery Range area. The blue stars represent additional deep dewatering wells, but higher up in the upper area. The fan-like look images are the hydroggers, and then the red circles are dewatering wells that are operated by AgClad that they are recommending be converted into deep dewatering wells. So that's the whole program, that's the whole build out, and we gave you the financial situation so that you can decide based on our finances what the next step should be.
Okay, I think right
And
now I'm
what-
gonna
just one-
quit asking questions and let someone else talk. And then I can come back.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a number of questions. The first, and these are for the most part going to be directed in a geology response. So you can wait to hear them. You can package your answer together. It's a series. I'll throw them all out there, and you can respond in its entirety or separately. First is if our goal is different for what we're trying to achieve right now, and what I mean by different is if it's to protect the Abalone Cove sewer system being our number one goal, is the location of new wells different than if we're trying to sustain Palos Verdes Drive South? Or if our goal is to restore electricity to the Portuguese Bend community? Or are we trying to have a near-term commitment here to contribute to the pathway, whatever that may be, because it's undefined right now, the big picture going forward for landslide remediation. So my first question is, doesn't the goal that we're setting here determine where any location or next step would actually be?
I agree with that. And I think that's a question that's been discussed throughout this process is what is the goal for the city? Is it to slow it down? Is it to stop it? Is it to protect a portion or is it all of it? Is it Abalone Cove or is it Palos or Portuguese Bend or is it the entire man? So those are ongoing discussions of what's included in the city's work effort, right? Understanding that ACLAD and KCLAD are on a separate track potentially. Where there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen between those, but they could be on separate tracks. So that's been in the discussion, I think. One of the things I would caution just from the prior conversation about moving wells from one place to another is if you look at the wells that are in the ground right now, the producing wells, which I think there are 7 or 8 good producers out there, I would not move any of those because you've reached an equilibrium. You haven't stopped it. It's moving at a relatively nominal rate, but it's still moving. And if you take those productive wells out of that system, it's likely to increase. So I'd be very cautious about taking good productive wells and moving them somewhere else.
My second question is metrics, the metrics we're looking at here. And so what we have is the most important one is movement, horizontal movement. The other thing that we measure is gallons removed. The other thing we measure, but we really haven't reported quite equally, is artesian pressure. And that's something that I think we need a little more discussion on is just directionally improvement important enough? Is it significant? At least I don't recall us really measuring that the way we can count gallons and we can measure land movement.
We actually do. And the pore pressure, the groundwater pressure is more important than the volume because you can create a high pore pressure without a large volume of water. And so one of the key things when we look at placing these wells is where's our high pore pressure conditions. So we're trying to tap into the highest pore pressures because that gives us the most relief on basically the buoyancy of the landslide mass. We can get that pressure from underneath, it lands the landslide mass. And that's why we created that stability along Portuguese Bend so quickly.
Because we reduce the pressure.
We reduce the pressure.
So what we should be looking at.
It's not a direct volumetric relationship. You would assume you're pumping more water, you're probably getting a better effect. But there are cases in fractured rock environments where the porosity is different and you can have a very significant pore pressure effect without a large volume of water.
Is that part of why you made the recommendation of, you would say not to move wells because we're getting a good result on the pressure reduction?
No, it's because we've changed the movement rate from 50 feet a year to where we had a couple feet a year. So we've reduced the rate of movement 90% by taking these out, but we haven't stopped it, which means we haven't completely mitigated the issue. So if we take out some of the measures that are mitigating it, it's likely to return to something higher than it is now.
So are we in a point here where we're taking a breath and we're seeing the results of our body of work to date with the good fortune of no rain? Is that fair?
The no rain is certainly not hurting, but I think if you look at the relationship between the rate of movement and the installation of the initial deep dewatering wells, there's clearly a correlation with the drop off in the rate of movement related to those original deep dewatering wells.
You said earlier that the geology underneath the ground on the west side and in Abalone Cove is different than in the Seaview Portuguese, the Beach Club area.
Right.
And the question was asked, is it easier or more difficult to drill? My question is an expectation of results with that different type of geology. I know I'm putting you, now I'm starting to get at you.
Well, and that's why we've recommended some significant investigation, because one of the things that's missing throughout the landslide maps is a detailed geologic map of the underlying configuration, both of the groundwater elevations and the landslide slip surface. So there's information needed throughout the middle of this landslide to really do a detailed calculation of stability or impact. So what we've done at this point, we characterize it as emergency action, right? You're taking a 50 foot per year and knocking it down to a couple feet per year. That, in our mind, that's a success. So now we have still moving, not a good thing, but it's certainly more manageable and more, can be accommodated easier than that 50 feet. So now we're back looking at if we have to reduce it further than that, or if we have to move over into the Abalone Cove area, what would that scope look like? And that's why we look at things like, the replacement of the existing Abalone Cove wells. We know along the northern boundary, those were their highest production wells. So we know there's a lot of water up at the high end of Abalone Cove. So those are good candidates for extraction at Abalone Cove. At the toe down along the beach, we know had a very positive effect at the Portuguese Bend section. So it makes sense to drop a couple holes over on the Abalone Cove and see if we can have a similar effect. The wells at Abalone Cove were not as productive as they were at Portuguese Bend. And that's why I think Ramsey said this is kind of continuing. It's an informational loop, right? We'll put a well in, that doesn't make sense. Let's go somewhere else. So we're not going to define the program day one and just do what's on there. We're going to modify it every time we get a new data point. But you look at what you have and you use your best information to project the next spot.
Now I'm going to ask you a different type of a difficult question. Gordon brought up a point of what their success and productivity, how much water we're taking out. Again, back to the gallons metrics. If we didn't have the political challenge between the districts and the city, if we had I don't want to say if our goal was to, and I don't know what to measure. I actually don't know what the goal is to measure, because the ACLAD's district goal may be different than the city's goal right now, of at least the 4 goals that I could come up with. If we didn't have the barrier of geology and location, and if we could get the benefits and work with ACLAD, where would we place the wells then? Would that change?
Well, I think that's
changing
the plan
goals again. That's changing where we could optimize our benefits.
I think that's the plan, though, that was presented was a conceptual plan for all of the impacts.
Councilmember, my recommendation would be for us to have technical sessions with the ACLAD geologists to come up with where those wells would be. I think that's the best way to approach it.
Okay. Then I want to talk to the bigger one. And somebody said we need to bifurcate the problem. I absolutely agree. We need to bifurcate the problem, and I think we are. I really do. I think in the last couple of weeks, and maybe the last couple of months, I'll defer to the council members that have been here for this. That it's sort of self-evident we have to go in that direction. So one of the things that seems to be missing to me is the is the impact and the importance of the water sourcing study, the hydrology study that we're putting on the table now. Because what's not in this work so far is the really basic questions of water entering our
Right.
watershed.
Right.
Water that's retained in our watershed. And the only thing that we're looking at right now that we're measuring is water we're removing from our watershed.
Right.
So that would seem to be a really big deal component of any plan, or the impact on the plan that we're laying out for the first time tonight is conceptual plan. And the results of that likely will change.
Well, the hydrology, I don't know that it's completely accurate to say the hydrology hasn't been done. The hydrology in the Portuguese Bend side was done as part of the initial plan with the Portuguese Bend landslide mitigation. That was before the deep failure occurred. So the hydrology in those canyons is at least conceptually complete on the east side of the complex. The west side is not. That's really the dominant focus, I think, of the hydrology study that you're proposing to do. And that fills in the Abalone Cove contributory area. And absolutely, you need it because you can't size your systems.
You can't size your what?
Yeah, we can't massage our budget either. Okay, that's a lot. There's a lot in your response to these questions. Yeah, I think there's a couple of actions we need to take here. One is certainly if we can agree on our goal, number one, that would probably be helpful.
Well, and in answer to your original question on the goal, I think the approach that's been taken so far is kind of the holistic approach is, look, let's deal with this entire mass, not a piece here or a piece there, is to say, let's look at what we can do for the entire Portuguese Bend landslide complex, including Abalone Cove, Klondike Canyon, all of the pieces. The original study that was started, I don't know, what is that, 6 or 7 years ago, was just Portuguese Bend. It was just the eastern half. That's where this all started. The reason it expanded is that the landslide deepened and accelerated and extended way over into the north side of Abalone Cove. And suddenly that changed the complexity and the nature of this landslide. So it grew from the original east side to a full holistic characterization.
So it's a challenge to look at a tactical piece of this on if we can fund with X dollars, three wells, where do we go with that? If we're only looking at the goal for its entirety. Doesn't help us much.
But part of the reason for that is it's hard to imagine with a landslide as deep as this is and as extensive as it is, that you could pick out a little piece of the middle and stabilize that. It's going to move with the rest of it, right? You might be able to do that along an edge. You know, that's probably why Klondike Canyon has been able to get stabilized. It's kind of over on the edge. It stopped. The rest is still moving. But in the middle, or, you know, if you're storm drain or sewer or whatever is in the middle of this, you're probably not going to be able to stop that without dealing with the entire structure.
Just the layout of the Portuguese Bend community, it being much larger than Seaview and the Portuguese Bend Club, which is a pretty small contained area there, that we could make a decision that impacts part of the community, but not another part of it because it is so large. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. If your question is whether we can stabilize a piece without the other piece.
Sure.
I'm not sure that that's practical because of the depth and the connection of that as a large block landslide mass.
And the reason I'm asking that is I'm following up on if our goal is the electrification of the community, where would we be our best bet to invest? And I'm not saying that is our goal. I'm just saying if that is our goal, that community may not be made equal for everyone.
And that's kind of the concept of the phasing that we put out there, is looking at the tow zone along Palos Verdes South as your first goal. Get that slowed or stopped so that you can get the road back in, you can get the utilities into the road. The upper portion may continue to move, but that's going to create a break for the landslide mass. Then once we've slowed that down, you know, maybe stopped it, but at least slowed it down. Then you go up to the upstream portion and you put the surface drainage improvements as well as the dewatering systems, which are source water, right? Give it the next 5 or 10 or 15 years, that water will be down at the toe driving this landslide. So if we keep it out up on top, that's the long-term solution. Short-term solution is get it out of the toe and break it in the very short term.
Councilmember, I think it's also important to note that to answer that question, we need the other side of the equation, which is for the electric company to define what their parameters are to restore service. And so far, we don't have a clear answer on that. So if they're saying, and I'm just going to pick something crazy, if they're saying we need to see movement stop for, 100 years or something like, just something crazy, and that changes our equation. If they say we need to see movement stop for 1 day, or down to 5 inches or whatever it is, that changes our equation.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, the things that seem that we need to take action on here is one, I in part agree with the mayor that we can't back off continuing maintenance for what we're doing right now. We can't lose ground. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. We spent way too much money to do that. The other part is, if there's an opportunity to get a little bit more bang for our buck with working more closely somehow, I'll leave that to this Mara and the team with ACLAD, that maybe there's some optimal way in here that we can get a bigger bang for our buck if we're going to step forward with new wells somewhere, or the depth, or making the ACLAD wells deeper, since we're a partner in the ACLAD world. So they would be the two parts that I think we need to go forward with this point in time. I'll stop. I'll defer to others. The highest and best location of wells is a real challenge, obviously. And the way we can do that, and the most effective way we could do it, cost-effective way, really needs to be our goal. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Any questions or statements?
So, in business, there's a saying, so kind of an old-fashioned saying of, give away the razors and sell the razor blades. And that's because the money's made in the ongoing use of something month after month, year after year. And I make that point because we're at risk of a danger here of looking closely at the fixed costs of making a change, adding a well, adding a hydrog, or whatever the plan calls for, and not looking enough at how badly the ongoing costs bankrupt the city, right? At our current expense rate, I think we run out of money before too long. And all these maintenance costs increase with inflation. So when we looked at this slide that said this could be $140, $150 million solution with, like 5 million or something a year in maintenance costs, that's not 5 million a year, it's 5 million, then 5 million plus 6%, 8%, plus 5 million plus 6 or 8 plus 6 or 8% more every year going out, constantly going up. We really need to be mindful as we do make our decisions, how best to mitigate the problem, but also not to bury us in maintenance costs that are unsustainable. And so, I'll say right now, I think the mayor's plan sounds pretty good. We've got one sheared well on the east side. We have one that's pumping trivial amounts of water. We could move those two, but adding more adds more ongoing maintenance. And we don't really have an assurance that this is going to work, right? It's a different situation over there. We think it might. It'd be great if it did. So that's one comment I want us to think about. The next is, I would love, as we continue this discussion, and I'm sure we will continue this discussion many, many times. And I think maybe because I'm new here, maybe these metrics are better understood by everybody, but we say, okay, the rate is slowing on the east side. That's great. SoCal Edison is looking to come back in 6 or 8 or 8 or 10 weeks with power. What's the rate now today versus what it was in 2020 or 2021? Like actual numbers. Is it equal? Is it slightly more or a lot more? Like what actually are the comparative rates for what we now consider stable? Because I would say that's a success. If SoCal Edison's coming back with power, that's a success. I think we have a small miracle here that we've had no rain so far, and we're already into, mid to late January. If that keeps up, this gives us an opportunity to move a couple of these wells to the west side. Now, I'm not against potentially drilling more wells. I just don't know if we have the data at this time to do it. And I think when we look at how we fund those additional wells, we need all the stakeholders to be in. I think some money comes from RPV and some money comes from other sources, and that could get the job done. So one of the things that I think maybe many people well understand here, but I just don't, is with these districts whose primary function is to mitigate geology, what their sources and uses of all their funds are. So I might ask for a future discussion for staff to prepare a simple, income statement so that we know that all the dollars that they have are being fully allocated to solving this problem. And that would be those would be informative numbers, I think. And realizing that 60% of it is ours anyway, but the other 40%, how's it being spent? Just by my back of the envelope, to circle back to where I started on the costs of ongoing maintenance, and then I'll stop because we probably all need a break. When you look at the present value, that means the cost today's dollars of all the future expenses going out. They're really big numbers. I don't have an engineering calculator in front of me right now, but if you say that that is only 5 million forever a year maintenance costs for the final solution that we had, that in present value dollars today would push that price tag probably over 200 million. Right? It's a significant component of the cost. It's not like this little small piece on the side. And it's not going to stay 5 million. It's going to increase with inflation year after year after year. And if it's only 5 million. So we really need to monitor, pay attention, and control our ongoing maintenance costs, which is why it's so important. And actually, frankly, I was so disappointed to hear that it costs $5 million just to run power cables to these wells. I mean, are you kidding me? That's just horrible. I mean, the break-even point on that is already 6 months to 9 months out. Anyway, we need to be very cautious about that. So that's my comments for right now. But that said, I think what Mayor Bradley has suggested sounds pretty good to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Mr. Mayor, did you have any comments that you wanted to make? I know you asked questions, or are you?
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. Councilman Lewis, spot on what you're talking about. And if you look at the total landslide plan that Ramsey and his team came together, most of the O&M for all of that is kind of TBD. So you are absolutely right. The maintenance of this plan is significant as well. I will say that one of the benefits of what we're trying to talk about here is deferring other maintenance. I mean, for instance, we spent an inordinate amount of money in the last 18 months in repairing PV Drive South because we were, during the summer, I think you remember, we were basically starting at one end, repaving PV Drive South, and then turning around and starting again. So we had a crews out there almost continually. So the amount that we spent on the Abalone Cove sanitary sewer, the fixing of the PV Drive South, and other capital or O&M costs, hopefully will be brought to almost zero as we go stabilize the rest of the complex. So hopefully that nets out to be a net present value positive as we defer some costs.
Thanks,
So
Mr.
I don't
Mayor.
know, Mayor Pro Tem, if you want to make your comments, and then I will stand to make 3 motions when you get done with your comments.
Yeah, so I do have some comments. I think I'm going to make an amendment to your motion as well once I finish. But I just want to make a statement in regards to what we're dealing with. This problem has fallen squarely in the laps of this city council and this staff. For me, I don't plan on passing this to a next council or to a council from. And I'm not doing it to get flaps. I'm not doing this it's just a frank conversation we need to have, because 20, 30 years from now, I don't want to be dealing with this. And then we need to find a solution now. I think, in my opinion, In regards to the cost, and I know I mentioned this before in regards to us just thinking that we're just willy-nilly putting, wells into the ground and not thinking about the cost if it's actually going to work or not. But we do have proofing in Seaview. We know that it works. We know that dewatering wells actually make a difference, and there's a correlation of putting the wells in with the water coming out and stabilizing the ground. Now, the main concern for me is O&M, and the financial pressure that we have in regards to what we need to do is not lost on them. Every well that we drilled is $500K annually, right? So right now we have a sunk cost in perpetuity of $5.5 million that we're going to pay pretty much forever. Now, that being said, stabilization, in my opinion, is a key. We can't do anything if we can't stabilize the ground. We can't put in infrastructure above the toe in the grounds. We can't put in hydroggers. We can't do anything for lining the canyons because, as you guys saw, everything is starting to fall apart, crack, and have fissures. So if we don't stabilize the area, especially for the western edge of this landslide, we're just going to keep on eating the costs on it, and it's not going to go anywhere. We're basically going to have to let it go. I don't know what kind of effect it would have. If let's say we don't spend the money and we don't work with AdClad and we let it all go, does that affect all of the other wells that we put in the ground and all the work that we put in? Does it destabilize the entire area and basically drag it into the ocean? We don't know. I don't want to lose the progress that we've made so far. So I'd rack my brain and I think I read the staff report at least 6 times to figure out where we can get the money to do what we need to do. Now, this is my proposal to my fellow council members is, now we asked the questions of ACLAD of how they can get to certain pumps or spend less money per well in drilling. They have less restrictions in the city. So my proposal is this. I want to direct city staff to work with ACLAD. ACLAD needs to take their loan and spend the loan to drill. The areas that we had on that map that were, I guess I'll leave that to you guys in regards to GLA and that map there, where the best area is to drill. Now, that's ACLAD's jurisdiction. So this is what I'm getting, stay with me here. So this is what I'm proposing, is our city staff works as our geologists and GLA. They get invoiced by ACLAD to work in ACLAD's jurisdiction. We, as a city, would be a landowner to help you guys with the resources. Now, you guys take the loan, and then if let's say we supercharge ACLAD with $3 to $4 million out of unallocated funds, which basically we have 10 million of right now, that means we won't touch CIP, we won't touch general fund. It doesn't increase our O&M, but the onus will be on ACLAD to drill these wells and maintain the operation and maintenance of them in perpetuity. But that being said, that alleviates the city's problem in regards to what we're going to spend on the back end. But now the onus is going to be on ACLAD to maintain it and do the dewatering wells now to get it done. So at that point, if that's the case, what I'd like to see with city staff is, if working with ACLAD, is if they use their $1.6 million loan plus an additional, let's say 3 million, so that's 4.6, what does that get us in terms of deep dewatering wells, right? So if you guys can get it cheaper and do it cheaper and maintain it cheaper, I'd like to see what it turns out to be. That being said, in the future, if the city staff comes back and said they can put in 5 wells at $4.6 million or 6 wells, from what GLA was saying, that would make a significant impact in terms of the water, right? And if we can take the artesian pressure out of that land to settle it through that, and stabilization is there, I think stabilization is the ultimate factor we need to get to if we're going to cause that landslide to stabilize and eventually stop and get to our conceptual, I guess, comprehensive build out. So Mr. Mayor, that would be my amendment to the motion that you want to make. Also, one thing that I want to charge the city staff with is this. We need to take a realistic look at our future revenue streams, because if we're going to do $5.5 million in perpetuity, we need to start thinking about the TOT. We need to start thinking about alternate revenue streams that we can get from the city so that we can bolster up whatever we're going to pay for in the future. And I think we need to have a frank conversation about that. And it's also with the reserve that we keep. I think we need to have the conversation and see what it looks like and see what our options are. But ultimately, I think we need to go down that road, think about what we're going to do in terms of new alternate revenue streams so that we can pay for all the things that we're paying for now. But that being said, I understand the cost to the city, so my proposal is that ACLAD takes the lead on this, finally. And you guys put the drills, deep dewatering wells there at a lower cost, and I'd like to see what that looks like. So city staff, if you could please do that, that collaboration. Please bring it, the one thing, the other part that I want to make sure that we cover is that the invoicing for our geologists and GLA is done through ACLAD to make sure that the jurisdiction issue is not a problem. But that's what I'd like to see, hopefully by the next meeting. And then I think realistically speaking, if it's cheaper, we do a one-time cost from the city. I think that's where we hit the wall. But at that point, we do 3 or 4 million to ACLAD plus the loan, which is already budgeted for. And then if that puts 6 wells in the ground, ACLAD could take it and run with it to do the O&M. And then that alleviates the pressure from the city or on the city to pay for it in perpetuity. So that's what I recommend to my fellow council members. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just as a note, and it's very timely, one of your requests of staff is, of course, under the consent calendar, we did approve the new budget development cycle, which we are about to kick off. So we are going to be going over our budget for the next fiscal year in depth over the next 6 or 90 days. I know our Director of Finance has laid that all out very nicely. So I'm sure that this is going to be a major topic of discussion as we look at how we're going to budget for the next fiscal year, as well as long-term fund balances as we move into the future. So I think Vina has laid out a great plan. So that's coming. With that, I would like to make a motion. And the first, it's going to be in 4 parts. Part 1 is receive and file the total landslide plan as an action completed that we had given Ramsey and city staff. Item 2 is receive and file the financial accounting of what we have done so far and where we are in our different potential areas to fund current and future mitigation. Item number 3 is authorize funding of an additional $2 million this year for the O&M for the rest of this year, kind of a flatline estimate, as well as an additional $500,000 for fissure filling within this fiscal year. So that would be an additional $2 million of O&M. Ramsey, that should be sufficient to cover us through June 30th. Is that not correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And if it's not, I'm sure you'll come back to us.
And that motion is to add 500,000 for the fissure filling, and I believe that would come from the CIP.
Correct. And then an additional 1.3 to 1.4 for the rest of the current fiscal year O&M, which is, the power, the generators, everything else that we're doing for the current straight line out. The continuation of the 1.1 that we appropriated last meeting.
Okay.
Is that clear? Art?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, my amendment as well.
Wait, just a
I
minute.
haven't got to item number 4.
Okay.
Let's let him finish the motion.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were done.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you haven't done me long enough. I'm never done with these multi-parts. And then the last one is direct staff to work with ACLAD to figure out how much additional loan the city could fund for ACLAD to be able to relocate 1 or 2 of the currently less producing wells and potentially add an additional 1 or 2 deep dewatering wells for an amount of not to exceed $5 million. and come back to us at the next available meeting to give us the plan on how they could do that more cost effectively than the city could.
Mr. Mayor, just as a correction to that amendment, it would be to leave the current deep dewaterings in place and to explore how many more drills or deep dewatering wells we could put in A-clad, given the $1.6 million loan, plus maybe a 3 or 4 additional million that we would add to the pot.
That would, so my motion is that it would be a loan of up to $5 million, depending on how it worked out. I did think that staff was recommending not re-drilling one of the deep dewatering wells, and I'm losing lock on all of the numbers of which one. There's 1 or 2 that they recommended not re-drilling. Ramsey, which ones were those?
Yes, Mayor, there is one that we are recommending not re-drilling, and the numbers are, if you give me one moment, I want to make sure I get this right.
I'm glad you can't
Number
remember off the
7.
top of your head either.
I believe it's number 7. Yeah, they all start to run together after a while. It's number 7.
Okay, I thought there was another one that was low producing that we were recommending not continuing to try to maintain.
Well,
There's another one
Councilmember
that's low
Lewis.
producing, but we are actually recommending to continue it because of the limited opportunities in that geographical area.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we leave all the deep dewatering wells alone. And this is using.
Other than letting number 7
Yeah, unless we
go,
need to.
so it would 11 would go to 10.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yeah, I think
Well, just
what
one second, just 1 second. Do we have a second for that motion?
Well,
It's
we
not
haven't
formulated
finished
yet.
the motion.
Well, he's made the motion.
Well, but it's not complete.
Okay.
That's
Item-
true.
The fourth element has not been.
Fourth
fully
element is still
articulated
in
yet.
debate on how to word it.
My intention, and I think it is comports with yours, is that we would allow staff the discretion. I mean, I would move 2. They only want to move 1, the one that's sheared off, but we would allow them the discretion to work it out with A-clad and go ahead and move 1 or move 2 if that was deemed best without coming back to us. Because that doesn't increase our O&M, that's just moving those 2 wells. So there's a drilling cost associated with that, which would come out of the money that the mayor's
Yeah,
proposing.
be it moving or adding more wells.
Right, and that would be borne through A-clad for the cost benefits.
Correct.
So we're just, my qualification is only that we're allowing staff discretion to go that far if they choose to.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay,
Okay.
I heard 1.5 million and then I heard 5 million.
So, Councilwoman Ferraro, so the 1.4 million is for O&M for the rest of the year for the 11 current deep dewatering wells, plus an additional 500,000 for fissure filling for this year. So that's what we have to do to maintain our current infrastructure for the rest of this fiscal year. And that was my item number 3, is to allocate $3 million of additional funds, $2 million of additional funds for this current fiscal year. Item 4 is to authorize staff to work with A-clad to look at increasing that loan that we currently have authorized of, I think there's 1.6 million, making that up to a not to exceed of $5 million loan to A-clad for them to drill additional deep dewatering wells within the A-clad district, funded by a loan from the city, where we will pick up the cost, the 60% cost of that loan, because we are a 60% holder of the land within the A-clad district, if that makes sense.
Yeah, loan or grant.
Yeah, the question is it a loan or a grant? And do you want us to come back with more?
Yeah, I would say within the discretion, look at if it's going to be a loan or a grant.
And we can come back, and ideally we'll come back by the February 4th meeting, which means
Yes,
we'll work
quickly as
with
possible.
AgClad in the next few days, because that staff report will post next week.
Yes. So
Okay.
Can I get a second? Oh, Councilmember Parasant.
I have something else. I have a 5th point to discuss with the motion, and that is, one of the things everybody agreed on is we need to look at funding sources. So I would like to make the fifth point is to give the city, staff the,
Authority.
the green light to pursue an alternative or additional funding sources. Because we had the opportunity this past week that we heard a presentation with an alternative funding source. And I think that we need to give you the direction to do that. So we get that on the table. And also it gives it the little bit of a more force that we're not going to go very far. Even if we get past the next couple of months, we're going to be stuck again. So unless we get that part of the plan, the financial plan together, that's going to run parallel with the actual geologic plan as well. So if that's an acceptable amendment.
Councilman Peristamp, I think that is general city business, and I think that's part of the span of the subcommittee, that we need to come up with a long-term plan. This is once again just getting us through the end of this fiscal year, but that we have a much larger work in front of us to figure out how we come up with the larger funding, and that has to be working with the county, state, federal partners to come up with how we go off and fund this entire mitigation plan, as well as the county sanitation district, who has already offered to potentially come in and help us with mitigation because of the dramatic costs of rerouting the forced sewer main around the landslide if they had to do that. So I think that's part of normal business.
Okay, then one more point I'd like to make,
Sure.
and this is not part of the motion. This is just a question I have. That at the last meeting, we approved 1.1 million for maintenance through March.
Correct.
So what I'd like to see, and I don't know if this is feasible, but if we could have if we're going to come back each time and say we need for the next month or the next 2 months or next quarter, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with that if we allocate money in quarters, if that's our orderly, because things change. We are 6 weeks ago and we already have this extra $500,000 ask because of the fissures. Is there some way we don't do this every single meeting? That's my ask of staff right now, because I'm struggling with that a little bit. Sure. We just went through this and it was said we're going to go through March with this. So to go to the end of the year is we're changing how we're funding O&M.
And Councilman Peristam, motion number 3 by the mayor is to fund the O&M through the end of the fiscal year. So we won't come back unless something unforeseen happens, then we have to come back. I mean, back in December, we did not anticipate 500,000 requests, and here we are. And then that leads me to a clarification question on motion number 3. Mayor Bradley, are you saying you are funding $2 million for the O&M and the fissure filling? Or is
Yes.
it 2 million? Okay, so it's a
No, it's
total of
2 million.
2.5.
Yeah, got it.
It's what?
It's $2 million for O&M and fissure filling.
Correct.
Yes.
Not,
2 million
Okay.
total.
Yeah, 2
Okay.
million.
2 million total.
that's what I understood before.
I second.
I forgot about that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Ferraro.
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo.
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Do I need to do a motion to extend the meeting first before we take a recess?
Gonna-
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Okay. I'll second.
Look,
Well, we'll have to vote
take
again
a
then.
quick recess for 10 minutes.
Number 2, consideration and possible action to review the biennial work plans and biannual reports from various city advisory boards, committees, and the planning commission. I have no request to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for all the chairs, just to respect your time, and I know it's a late hour, just please come up and if you guys have anything we can help with or something that you guys are dying to say, please say it. And we read the staff reports, and we don't want to kind of, yeah, we don't keep you here all night. So you guys can just make it short real quick, and then whatever we can help with to get your goals across the line, that would be great. And if we can start with the youth guys, because I know they have homework in school tomorrow.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, guys.
Mayor Pro Tem, a quick comment from me,
Yes.
real quick. I thought we agreed that we were going to rename these semi-annual reports last meeting. I'm pretty sure we agreed on that, didn't we?
Hey,
Mayor Pro
Andrew,
Tem,
go ahead.
just
Yes,
as a quick
Mr. Mayor.
note, just as a quick note, I'm gonna have to drop off here in about 15 minutes. I have another commitment this morning.
Okay.
I just want to give you a heads up. If I drop off, I will. I did read the staff report, and I did want to say thank you for all the commissions and committees for all that you do. You really help keep RPV, and we, the 5 of us, cannot do everything. So we really depend on the committees and the commissions to really help the city council be as effective as we possibly can. So thank you for all that you do for the city.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right, floor is yours, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Hello, council members,
Speaking to the mic.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo and Mayor Bradley. I'm not sure if you have access to the PowerPoint, but I'll just be going off of that. And like any great 3-minute PowerPoint presentation, we have to start with acknowledgements. So I'd like to thank Ms. June, who's our staff liaison. She's been doing a lot of work on the side to help things run smoothly, creating the draft agendas and the meeting minutes, and also advising between meetings. But without further ado, let's get into the work plan. So the mission of the Youth Advisory Committee, just to reiterate, is to advocate for the needs of the youth by elevating youth voices to improve their overall well-being and to allow the youth to engage in the inner workings of local government. This is outlined in City Council Policy number 54A. So the work plan for this year has been half completed, and we're looking to meet all our goals by the end of June. So the first goal is to recruit and fill vacancies on the Youth Advisory Committee, to conduct and support a local mental health event for youths, to participate in city events and organize youth volunteer events, to attend a leadership conference, to participate in the development of an e-bike ordinance, and to organize a Get Out the Vote campaign.
Okay, so we started in July and we participated in the 4th of July celebration, distributing information about the YAC. Then 4 of our members transitioned out, including Aiden Cruz, who rejoined later in the year. And then in August/September, we actually filled those vacancies. We had a total of 18 applications. And then in October, we gained 4 new members. Member Barrett, Aiden Cruz returned to us, Member Shear, and Matthew Song. And Andrew was appointed as chair, and then I was appointed as vice chair. And then also in October, we had our first meeting of the school year where we discussed the city's draft of an e-bike ordinance, and we affirmed this council goals set for the YAC. And then in December, Chair Liu viewed a recording of the California Association of the Youth Commission's Fall Conference, which was a YAC work plan goal. And then we also formed several subcommittees to accomplish our work plan. Any questions?
Perfect.
No, but thank you
Perfect.
for all your good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Mayor. Sorry, don't underestimate you two. I mean, this is so few youth today pay any attention to local government. And it's just great that you're doing it and you're learning from it and you're going to benefit from it. So thanks, and try to spread the word. Great job.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Yeah, get some rest, guys.
Mayor Pro Tem?
They were doing homework in the hallway while they were waiting. Thanks, guys.
Can I add something? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If there's something you need to help make you do a better job, to help the city, ask.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that door is open.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll send out some emails.
Thank you for staying up with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hello.
We have
Who's
Pear from the Planning Commission available. Ron Santarosa.
Hey, Ron, how are you?
Hi.
Thanks for coming.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and Buongiorno, Mayor Bradley. Have a cup of espresso for me too. So the staff report shows we only met 4 times in the past 6 months. And so I won't belabor you with all that was accomplished in those meetings. Going forward in the next 6 months, we'll be relooking at possible amendments to the housing element and also looking at the height variation instructions. So again, in the interest of time, I'll stop with that and I'll take any questions from the members of council.
Any questions?
Very good.
Thanks,
All right.
Ron.
Very
Appreciate
good.
it.
Thank you.
very
Have a
much.
good evening. Bye. Ciao.
Next up would be the Emergency Preparedness Committee represented by Chair James Sprinkle. Oh,
We're doing, which one are we doing first? Hey, James.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. The Emergency Preparedness Committee, the biggest thing that we have been able to do this past 6 months was welcome aboard the newest Emergency Management Coordinator, Luna. She has been an absolute motivating and really we're able to focus on the future. Obviously with the wildfires, we're going to be focusing on trying to promote any kind of wildfire home hardening. We're trying to do a lot of alerting systems and trying to take advantage of people's focus as far as when it is all about emergency preparedness and everybody's listening. So we're really trying to take advantage of that and we'd like to be a part of the town hall and whatnot. So thank you very much.
Any questions, guys? No. Thank you very much, James.
Thank
Appreciate it. Thank you.
now it'll be the Civic Center Advisory Committee with Chair Gregory O'Brien.
I'm getting
Hey,
up,
Greg.
I'm getting up partly just because my knees needed to, I needed to stand and walk. Well, as you know, we're meeting irregularly. Actually, we're meeting regularly about once every 2 months. It's kind of like you don't leave your car in the garage forever without taking it around the block and get the battery charged. And that's part of the reason we're meeting is just to maintain some momentum. But in the last 6 months and in deference to the city's overwhelming challenges logistically and economically on everything we talked about and heard about this evening, we basically have just been discussing, reviewing all kind of old standing items. FEMA's gonna lean on us now to build an emergency command center to the tune of $8 million within the next 4 years. That sounds like the first thing that gets built on the campus. And unless they change their minds or somebody's able to change higher ups to change their minds, that's a mandate. Coast Guard continues to talk to us. We talk to them about Battery Barns, and an interesting old place. I don't see that it has any independent value or attraction absent the campus in which there is some kind of context. 3 of our members are serving on that committee to select the project manager. And that's continuing on, will continue on until it's completed. I reduced 2 pages of PowerPoint into 2 Post-it notes.
Thank
Now I'm trying to read my writing. Oh yeah, assist with the onboarding of the project manager and come up with some kind of an updated outline. Thank you very much for your attention. It's been an interesting evening.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay. There really are questions?
No, Mr. City Attorney, I have one.
I'm sorry? You know, law in motion happens to be something that courts do where they have legal motions and briefs and arguments and so forth. Law in motion actually goes a lot quicker than we put the kind of a timer. I know you have a timer, but we make the attorneys move. We've read this stuff. Thank you very much. I've told my colleagues over the years, you want to cut off an argument? Say, thank you, counsel, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, we understand.
Next, we have the Finance Advisory Committee represented by Vice Chair John McAllister.
Hey, John, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
John,
Good evening.
how did you get out of being the chair?
We used to have a chairman, but he moved on to greener pastures.
Oh, they didn't vote yet? Okay.
I'm the dude. To keep it short, let me tell you that we are laser focused on the trend and messages that came out of the finance director's charts tonight. As a consequence, we're changing a bit of what we do from a temporal standpoint. We used to measure things month to month and quarter to quarter. And now our shift is a bit more cash flow oriented. And because there's a lot of resources, a lot of uses being charged against our rather limited resources. To that end, we've got 4 major initiatives going on for the next 6 months. That is to revamp our debt policy, which also includes understanding that at some point in time, the city will not only be a debtor as it is now, but what is also a lender, and the lender's requirements are different than debtor's requirements, and we want to make sure that the debt policy is all inclusive. We have an ongoing program dealing with our unfunded pension liability, and we believe that if we can solve that, we can significantly reduce our interest carry and therefore reduce the amount of resources that are being charged, uses against our resources, which is, I think, in the best interest of everyone in this room. We've also decided that it's important, based on a number of factors, most recently being the Palisades and Altadena fires, that it's important that we stress test our general fund forecasting tool so that we understand completely, or as much as can be understood, the impacts on independent and dependent variables that we have incorporated in that model so that we can, from time to time, give a report to say, look, this is our percentage of risk embedded in our forecasting capability. And finally, we've got annual numbers coming out after our audit. We want to make sure that what they reflect in the notes of those financial reports are consistent with what the city would like to communicate. The numbers will speak for themselves, but the message that most people like to read, if they're really bored, are the notes, and we want to make sure that everybody has a good time while they're reading. And that's it.
Thank you very much, John. Any
Questions? Good. It's still
you.
Tuesday.
Next, we have IMAC with Chair Peter Shaw.
Well, good evening,
Peter,
members
how
of
are
the
you?
council. I'll keep this quick as well. As you know, our purview is all infrastructure, including parks, trails, and of course the landslide. And you'll note that that's been dominating everything we've been doing in the last few months. In our work plan, we've got the CIP coming up, lots other reviews of other activities. But I would like to point out one item, which we do have a sort of forward-looking component of this, where we're starting to look at how emerging technologies might do something to improve our quality of life, reduce costs, things like that. And you see some of the things that we potentially been looking at are listed there, along with a few crazy ideas like I have of self-healing crash barriers and smart speed bumps that you only feel if you go over the speed limit. So these are interesting ideas that we might be looking at in the future. We did welcome in the accomplishments. Can you move another chart, please? We welcomed 3 new members to the committee, and they were really good additions. I'd also like at this point to acknowledge Deputy Director Kopp, who spent a lot of time taking us on tours of the landslide work that was going on, with the drillings, and it was really instructive and helpful for us to understand some of the many challenges that were being faced. So really appreciate what he was able to do for us there. And then the next chart, we got ourselves organized with all the various subcommittees and the tasks that those committees were going to look at. And it was about this time that Mayor Cruikshank repeated to me, what can we do with all this water we're pumping out of the ground? And I'd sort of dismissed it a little bit because I thought a lot of people had looked at this and it really wasn't very useful water. But then one day in October, I think it was, the Daily Breeze showed up with a big colored brochure from the Water Replenishment District talking about what they've done in Torrance, where they pump brackish water out of the aquifer under the South Bay and create 5 million gallons a day of fresh drinkable water, which is a quarter of the Torrance water needs. And I thought, well, suddenly, well, I wonder if we could somehow configure that to what we might need here. So as we developed that, it came down to the point where we discussed it in December. We created a special subcommittee to go and look at the feasibility of this. We talked to the finance committee because the goal would be to create a meaningful income stream from it. And part of the feasibility is going to be whether we can make the financial side of it sound as well as the technical side. So that's what's going on, and we'll hopefully get a report back to you sometime this year. And then finally, we acknowledge that we're 10 years old as a committee, and we had our birthday party. So, any questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you very much, Peter. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
And last but not least, we
And
have
happy birthday.
the Traffic Safety Committee represented by Member Crossman.
Always love to be the last speaker in like a 4-hour meeting. Good time.
How are you?
Good. I like Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, staff, City Council. I will keep this really short. Can we advance me to, we're just on the accomplishments?
There.
That one. Back one. So I skipped 2. Good. So, I mean, I think we function also within the environment of the landslide issues. And so I have to commend Director Awad on getting us pretty constant and interesting projects to work on in spite of the work that Public Works has been involved in. He's done good work in keeping us on track. We have a backlog of citizen traffic calming issues that we're trying to work through. And we've developed a new process that should help us do that, actually give us more contact between committee members and the community. And I think also probably reduce cost, because frequently someone would make a complaint, we'd be doing studies, those studies are expensive, and then we would go to implement something and other members in the community had no buy-in. And what did we do with that? So now we're doing a better job with a process of actually triaging these cases, petitions involved and that sort of thing, implementing what we can that's cost effective. Major issues would obviously require petitions and would eventually come before y'all. A couple of good examples of that. We did some good work with Edding Hill and Abbotswood. We're trying to calm the traffic there. You all were great in voting for the left turn signals that are there at Edding Hill. Another accident last night, by the way. But we're also trying to slow the traffic down. The 85th percentile speed on Edding Hill we found was 50 miles an hour, and that is a 25-mile-an-hour zone. So that's problematic. So we've met with community members. We have some good suggestions that we're implementing that will not be wickedly expensive, and I think will slow traffic. And also I should point out Chairman Tai put together a number of different public service outreach calls. His big philosophy is that education is an important part of traffic calming along with enforcement. John, by the way, could not make it tonight, so he asked me to come and said it would be great, and thank you. Yeah, and so really, I think moving forward, we're just trying to do our best at reducing that caseload while making sure that members of the community are heard and seen, and that we are doing a good job of due diligence so that the city is also somewhat, protected from any issues that might be associated with, bad stop sign placement, et cetera. Questions?
No. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just
Councilmember
one
Paris.
question. How many assignments do you have at any given time?
It
You're
varies.
working.
In terms of like questions calling for more traffic calming measures, it varies. It's slowed some. And some of that is, I think, because of the new measures are allowing Public Works to clear some of the minor issues before they come to us. But I would say that at any given meeting, we're looking at usually a couple. We had one last meeting where a crosswalk was, someone wanted a crosswalk across Crest to provide more access for bikes and that sort of thing. But yeah, probably couple a meeting is what we tend to look at.
Do you have a backlog or is that pretty constant?
We do have a backlog and.
That's really my question.
Right, we do have a backlog and some of that backlog I think will be more clearable now with this process that we've developed, which will also be part of the traffic calming manual, which is accessible through the Traffic Safety Committee website as well. But that manual is old. And so one of the other things that we're doing is one of our new members is actually reviewing that and getting rid of redundancies in that so that it should be clearer for members of the community to access.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for what you do.
Making a motion to approve staff recommendation, please.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Ferraro,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Peristam,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seo,
Yes.
Mayor Bradley.
Yes.
Motion passes. With that, we can move to our future agenda items.
Anyone have any future agenda items? Mr. Mayor?
I did ask the city manager to put on our next agenda a item to write a letter to the Water Replenishment Board endorsing John Cruikshank to be able to sit on that board. So that'll come before us on our next agenda. That's it.
Which board?
The Water Replenishment District.
The Municipal Water District,
Sorry. Thank you.
District 1 seat.
Yeah, WRD got a run for it. Anybody else? No. Okay. Thank you. Next.
City Council oral reports.
For everybody's, just because it's late, you guys want to just pass on this? Pass.
Yes.
Okay.
We can move to adjournment.
Move to adjournment. So I will adjourn this meeting at 11:18 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Ciao, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good night.
Have fun.
Manja.
Work.
No, manja.
Manja. Yay.